things could happen behind the scenes. So I supported Joseph Boakai, knowing that by 2023 he'll be tired.
Okay.
Knowing that 2023 he'll be tired, he could have a good heart, everything good, but the brain is going down. You're not holding the end, you're moving down the hill. This is nature. My father, right now, I buy him paper. Every day I gotta buy a paper. There's a man who bought me paper before. I'm buying paper now because the time has reached. So I thought the old man could be president in 2017 and run for this. And he himself said, he said, when you win, you run for one term. He himself said it. I agree with him. 2023, no, I disagree. In my mind, he should rest, find somebody, things could happen behind the scenes. So I supported Joseph Boakai, knowing that by 2023 he'll be tired.
Okay.
Knowing that 2023 he'll be tired, he could have a good heart, everything good, but the brain is going down. You're not holding the end, you're moving down the hill. This is nature. My father, right now, I buy him paper. Every day I gotta buy a paper. There's a man who bought me paper before. I'm buying paper now because the time has reached. So I thought the old man could be president in 2017 and run for this. And he himself said it. He said, when you win, you run for one term. He himself said it. I agree with him. 2023, no, I disagree. In my mind, he should rest, find somebody else.
Listen to this other episode of Stanton embarrassing us again.
The hard clinical and coursework required to get licenses and jobs.
Another suspect that caught our eye is businessman Stanton Witherspoon, the CEO of a popular media company in Liberia. He was part owner of Siena College, where court documents reveal that he and his co-conspirators, quote, solicited and recruited people seeking nursing credentials and employment as an RN or LPN, and sent and caused others to send, via wire communications, information used to create false and fraudulent transcripts and diplomas from Siena College.
The chief motivation.
What happened? That's my question. That's my question I have today. What happened? Yes. What happened to our grandfather money that Stanton collected? What happened to it? Number one, three question. What happened to our grandfather hospital case? The operator on our grandfather, they messed up. That's one case. Number two, what happened to our grandfather nursing home case? They didn't take care of our grandfather good, and something happened at that nursing home. The Papi had sore all his body. The Papi's situation was worse. Something happened at that nursing home. That was a nursing home case. What happened to that case? Also, what happened to our grandfather life insurance? We're not talking about Stanton made stories. We're talking about true story. What that true story? What we want facts. We don't want no story that Stanton made up. We want to know what happened with these cases. With the cases. Matter of fact, two cases and one life insurance. I call it life insurance case. What happened to that? We need answer. You brought small money in Upper Darby. These things were hiding from some of us until it was revealed that all your money you get, all that money that Stanton get, that from the Papi, if the Papi wasn't going to have that situation he had, and if the Papi wasn't going to die, Stanton wouldn't have been buying houses and all this thing. But right, Stanton owed all his brother, his oldest brother, and his oldest sister. He owed them. Bring all that document. Disclose it so we can believe you. Bring it all. And bring the actual number, the check that they released. Bring that check The fact check. Not no or Stanton story check. We want a real check. Bring a real check document. The real check document. With all this or things, you close everybody up. All your.
But the big story on Action News tonight is the local connection to what federal investigators call a massive scheme to sell fake nursing degrees. We learned today that 2 Burlington County residents are among 25 people charged with operating the nationwide ring. Now, according to investigators, the group peddled more than 7,000 bogus degrees and nursing certificates to the tune of more than $100 million. Action News reporter John Paul joining us live in Camden tonight. And John, the feds say some of these fake nurses put real patients in danger.
Yeah, and that is the real concern tonight, Brian, that they may not have the background to actually treat people in a hospital-type setting. You know, I've confirmed tonight that Delaware actually annulled the licenses of 26 nurses already. And the feds tonight, they're charging people across the country, including 2 in South Jersey.
All of us feel this is egregious.
Strong words from the executive director of Delaware's Board of Nursing after learning of a massive scheme out of Florida to sell fake nursing degrees. And tonight, we've confirmed 26 nurses in Delaware had their licenses annulled in connection to the fake degrees.
These people who went to these Florida schools did not complete the curriculum, the education, and the clinical training that is required of all nurses to be eligible to take their licensure exam and to be licensed as a nurse.
She says there are no reports of patients being harmed, but tonight 25 people across the country face charges for their involvement in the scheme that brought in more than $100 million, including Stanton Witherspoon and Alfred Sellew of Burlington County, New Jersey. He's home? Okay. Can we talk to him? We tracked down Witherspoon at his home in Burlington today, but family members said he couldn't talk. Over the phone, he told me he had to check in with his lawyer. Wednesday night, the Department of Justice released findings of what was dubbed Operation Nightingale.
When we talk about a nurse's education and credentials, shortcut is not a word we want to use.
Now the FBI is working to notify state nursing boards to ensure that unqualified nurses are not working in healthcare.
You're playing with people's health. How dare you play with someone's health like that?
It is important to note those nurses in Delaware, they have the right to appeal this decision. I also reached out to the nursing boards in Pennsylvania and in New Jersey. Still waiting to hear back from them. Live in Camden, John Paul, Channel 6, Action News. Brian?
It also tarnishes the reputation of nurses who actually did the hard clinical and coursework required to get licenses and jobs.
Another suspect that caught our eye is businessman Stanton Witherspoon, the CEO of a popular media company in Liberia. He was part owner of Siena College, where court documents reveal that he and his co-conspirators, quote, solicited and recruited people seeking nursing credentials and employment as an RN or LPN, and sent and caused others to send, via wire communications, information used to create false and fraudulent transcripts and diplomas from Siena College.
Listen to this other episode of Stanton embarrassing us again.
The hard clinical and coursework required to get licenses and jobs.
Another suspect that caught our eye is businessman Stanton Witherspoon, the CEO of a popular media company in Liberia. He was part owner of Siena College, where court documents reveal that he and his co-conspirators, quote, solicited and recruited people seeking nursing credentials and employment as an RN or LPN, and sent and caused others to send, via wire communications, information used to create false and fraudulent transcripts and diplomas from Siena College.
The chief motivation.
The Breakfast Club, bitch.
All right, Sonny, please tell me, why was I your donkey of the day?
Well, Donkey of the Day for Friday, January 27th goes to the 3 Florida nursing schools who sold up to 7,600 people across America fake diplomas. That's right. 25 people have been charged, and man, I wish I had all of their names. But let's talk about the schools. Palm Beach School of Nursing. Siena College, and Sacred Heart International Institute are all accused by the Justice Department of selling 7,600 diplomas and transcripts to people seeking licenses and jobs as registered practical and vocational nurses. As much as y'all complain about them people, and by them people, I mean the DOJ and the FBI, y'all sure make it easy for the house that J. Edgar Hoover built to get on y'all ass. Now, I know I told y'all I didn't want to think much this morning. And this is a story that doesn't make me think at all. Okay, this story does not require much thought because it's simple. Y'all fools is lazy. You're always looking for shortcuts. It's a bunch of people who don't want to work out, don't have the discipline to eat right. You just want to BBL your way to the top. Well, that ain't how life works. I mean, you can do it, okay, but the results you're looking for will not be everlasting. You will not be able to maintain that desired look. But we will discuss after we break down what happened at these nursing schools. In fact, I don't got to break nothing down. Let's go to NBC 6 News for the report, please.
It's called Operation Nightingale. Thousands and thousands of people taking shortcuts to become nurses. And officials say Operation Nightingale took aim at harmful fraud affecting public health. In total, 25 people charged, accused of operating and recruiting for 3 South Florida nursing schools.
The schools, they prepared and sold fake nursing school diplomas and transcripts to nursing candidates, knowing that the candidates would use those false documents to, 1, sit for nursing board examinations, secure nursing licenses, and 3, ultimately obtain nursing jobs.
The alleged scheme, sell fake nursing diplomas and transcripts. The U.S. Attorney, FBI, and Inspector General say the school sold 7,600 fake nursing diplomas since 2016. The price, $15,000 a pop, netting more than $114 million. Investigators say of the thousands of diplomas sold, about a third are people actually practicing medicine.
You got to help your old Uncle Charlotte understand something here now. From what I read on ABC News, nursing candidates who allegedly participated in the scam, as you just heard, would pay as much as $15,000 for the fraudulent diplomas. Now, I was born in 1978. And when you're born in the 1900s, you remember a phrase. And the phrase is, time is money, money is time. And I'm not wasting neither. As I've gotten older, I've realized that phrase just sounds good. Okay, money is not time. All right, time is time and money is money. Time is more valuable. Okay, I've lost money and then turned around and got that money back and then some. That's never happened to me with time. I've never lost time and then gotten the time back and then tripled the time that I lost. No, that's not how time works. Therefore, I don't care how much money you spend, that money will not equate to the time it takes to actually take your ass to nursing school and earn the skills and credentials it takes to actually be a nurse. Now, ABC News said the defendants include owners, operators, and employees of the schools who prepared and sold fake nursing school diplomas and transcripts to nursing candidates, knowing that the candidates would use those false documents to, 1, sit for nursing board examinations, secure nursing licenses, and ultimately obtain nursing jobs in medical facilities, not only in Florida, but elsewhere across the country. Oh, this is so crazy. In fact, I don't know if y'all know, a couple of them got caught here in New Jersey Monday assisting in colonoscopies. In fact, if you got a colonoscopy anywhere in New Jersey on Monday, they want you to go on YouTube and see if you recognize your own ass, because there's folks with fake degrees playing games of stink finger bingo. Now, you don't know what stink finger bingo is. It's a game played by a gathering of people. Gender does not apply. Players are blindfolded and proceed to stick their finger in a random ass. Next, they must guess which ass they penetrated with their fingers through smell. So if you got a colonoscopy, what? I'm trying to inform people here. If you got a colonoscopy in Jersey this week, you might want to look into that, okay?
All right.
Do you know anybody, Envy?
Yes, I do. Myself. But go ahead. Continue.
Okay. Yes, but here's the thing, right? Stop thinking that money can allow you to skip steps, all right? In a situation like this, what's required is time. You need to put in the time to actually be a nurse so you know what the hell you are doing, okay? I am going to tell you something my therapist told me. I was venting to my therapist one week about people, friends, family, because I'm blessed. Okay, I'm blessed, black, and highly favored. Okay, I'm blessed to be in a position to put people in position. Okay, I've created opportunities for myself that allow me to create opportunity for others. And I was venting about, putting people in these positions and they find a way to fumble it. All right, don't appreciate it. Don't understand how hard it would be, you know, in that position, or how hard it would be to get in that position if they didn't have someone assisting them in getting there. And my therapist said to me, you being in the position you are in allows other people to skip steps. And when they skip steps, they don't acquire the skills required to maintain the position you put them in. See, every single step of the way, you learn new skills. Some skills you learn through success, some skills you learn through failure, but all skills you learn through every experience. When you just give people things and exalt them, you know, to positions and allow them to skip steps, they don't acquire the skills and experience they need to stay in whatever position you put them in. They will fumble it. These 3 Florida nursing schools have done society an extreme disservice because they have allowed a whole bunch of individuals to skip steps, okay? And being that they skipped steps, they didn't gain the skills needed to be one of the world's most important public servants, which are nurses. I don't understand how people can spend so much time and energy figuring out the wrong path to take when the reality is if you simply shift your mindset and use that same time and energy to take the right path, you will not only get the results you want, you will gain the experience and skills required to stay in the position that you worked hard for. Please give Palm Beach School of Nursing, Siena College, and Sacred Heart International Institute the biggest hee-haw.
All right.
That's right.
Well, thank you for that donkey.
Are you on YouTube? Are you on YouTube searching Stink Finger Bingo?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not at all.
Oh, okay. Just making sure. Just making sure. I know you had a colonoscopy on Monday. Just looking out.
Yeah. Well, thank you, sir. All right. Well, let's open up the phone line. Something that we were talking about early on this morning. Now, we were talking about a lady that said workforce since then, but Nina and her husband,
they know their kids ain't had no money. Right? Or maybe y'all did have a coin. But some of these grandparents are only watching these kids because they know that they children don't have the money to pay nobody. But if you got the money, pay grandma, man.
No.
Pay grandma.
No, you shouldn't be paying
ain't no
your
built-in.
That's why you have to protect it. If they think they will see this election, you will not lie. Because if you do it, that's the end of this country. We're not going to allow that to happen.
We are ready. I said that people is violent too much. Let him come.
So after the so folks, you see another violent there. So today, another violence. So the violence is getting so tense here today. The naming of the campaign team today by Boakai. So you see here. So you see, it's actually happening here. It's actually happening here. So violence is actually. So this is what happening here right now. So he's on the run.
I want people to laugh. I want Kevin laugh. You cannot buy City Brown today. You
So, why all this violence? Okay, we talk about election violence. Today is very tense. The violence is very tense here today. This is district number 9.
Today we are. So for what we see, the violence is getting intense here right now at the campaign headquarters of the Unity Party. So you see here, it's here also. So another one is here as well. So you see right here, it's happening here. So after the signing of the family declaration today, after the signing of the family declaration, this is what happening here right now. So the Macron National Police are here. But the violence is getting intense. The violence is getting intense. The violence is getting intense. The violence is getting intense in District Number 9. We are currently here. After the signing of the family declaration, all Liberians are talking about police officers have been barricaded here. Police officers have been barricaded here. Election violence. Election violence. Violence continues at the rescue campaign headquarters here in District Number 9. The family declaration, our son is no longer being abandoned. The family declaration is no longer being abandoned. So violent intense here right now. Violent intense. So this place is a go zone, no go zone lane for sedition. So you see here, bloodshed here. Declaration of the rescue mission have been cancelled, and the family declaration is no longer being available. So you can leave your comment. Violent intense here.
To the destruction of lives and properties as well. What happened? And so we speak to one of the citizens who is actually in the know of what happened, who is said to be in the know. My brother, how you doing?
I'm fine.
So please speak louder a bit.
Yeah, I'm William Duko.
Okay. Yeah. William, what happened? What really brought about this whole confusion here?
Really, the whole thing here for me, I'm disturbed up to this time. I say disturbed because we're not expecting sort of thing to happen in our district.
Okay, sorry. We see someone and is being brought to the security. We come back to you shortly, please. Let's follow this and find out Because this seems to be very tensional right here. We see a lady whose hand is being held, and we want to understand what went wrong. So security investigation is really going on about what did this woman do is the issue. What did she do? Okay, so we told that she was having. When I want to proceed to the compound, right? Okay. Yeah. So let's continue with the interview. We are told that she is a suspect, of course, right by the body at the junction here, the alleged body. Is this so? May we understand what really happened?
Yeah, for me, I was on the scene. Nothing took place.
Okay.
When they started the whole launching, because yesterday the advisor, even the honorable advisor for all to stay, not for all to wear any CDC material, t-shirt, and face cap, nothing
you
like
mean
that.
Thomas Fala advisor?
Thomas Fala, yes. Because they coming outside today, according to them, United Partition, they said today that they are there. Their leaders coming. So we get them checks, we in our camp, but they started their launching, they now get nowhere they can't start the launching that to our offense. They came right here to the junction. Who was there? They came the party, they pick up right here. They discussed it, come over that road. Let me go we see one camera coming from this side, from Kwenu way. He came right here and pull the two down. Then one camera come from this he pulled through that. Who was there? The motorcycle chairman was myself and Ukoka. I said, I know that you will look here. The people, the intention they coming with a different thing. For me, I will not wait. Because they want you already. For me, I will not wait to be outside on the something can't happen to me. If better let me go in the fair. Now Ukoka said, oh, when you go between the people, they will hold you. I said they will now hold me because I get no CDC material on me. And I'm not looking for nobody. So I have crossed and go and stand right to the junction there. Then one of our major need to enter the fair, come follow with them. No. Like the front man, they hold him, they keep dragging him until they kill him.
They kill him?
Yeah, well, you can see the body.
Okay.
The first incident took place with Papa now, they killed the man. One of the lay brother, he was the first person.
So how many persons died?
4 persons died, four.
Four alleged bodied already died.
4, the body, as we are speaking. The body, all beginning body will not find it. Fabana brother, will not know where the body is up to this time. But he was the first person that they killed. This man was the second person. Yeah, our president right here. But one of the reality, they say, I'm going to remain new. I had a call, honorable call, but everybody will go back in the pen. The damage, but you can see all the street there, the sample, they die in by the pen. The damage, most of the houses, chunking, shooting. Now the big here, sir. That you it's a gun arm. Oh, that was shooting. You see that? They shoot. People see that. Even the other man, Josiah, that Bengu is shoot that man. People are there.
Who is Bengu? Who do you call Bengu?
Bengu, he's the campaign chairman for the entire Lofa Carnival United Party.
He got armed?
He got armed.
That's the rescue team. There's a Spoon TV and other media institution right here. We are about to talk with Ambassador Joseph Boakai on his trip and also the incident that took place in Lofa County, specifically in Foya District. So, Ambassador Joseph Boakai, welcome to the media. What do you think about the incident that occurred yesterday in Foya District, Lofa County, where you came from?
Well, thank you for this interview. We embarked on a trip to Bon County yesterday, and we knew we had heard that there was going to be some rally in Lofa, specifically in Foya. So last night, I was on our tour who got a nose that there was some rare thing going on there. We've been able to get some inkling as to what happened. Not the full details. Of course, whom I talked with last night
He said he wasn't there when the incident took place, but he came back. So he said today at about 10 o'clock, he would give me a call to give me the details. But from what we hear, we had a group of our citizens in the United States who were here to participate in the election activities. And they have kind of gone to welcome them, coming from Shellerville, while they were marching coming. Just as they passed before Trump Fowler Place, they started receiving rocks thrown from across the road into the crowd. And later on, we heard some shooting. And so far, we heard 3 people have been killed. We haven't gotten full details, but we do know that a lot of injuries took place before in the hospital. I talked to the chair lady of the Women Congress from there, from FOIA last night. And she said they had to most of the people rushed in the bushes, and they themselves go into their houses. So full details have not come yet, but we know that there are casualties. 3 to the accident.
Ambassador Boakai, my name is Daniel Koo and I report for Koo FM. This has sparked reactions in the public. The both parties are blaming each other. Who takes the blame this time around?
Well, according to NEC arrangement, 2 parties do not go out and launch on the same day. And so far, we know the CDC and UP are the ones in FOIA. And CDC have had their on the launch. There was no incident. Yesterday was UP. So if that happens, who will take the blame? And especially where it took place. And this is not the first time that such a thing has happened before Trump Fowler, including Benjy, all of us. Who was with us? Yeke Kolba. Yeke Kolba had left us and had gone earlier. And just when he reached to the very spot there, there's a barrage of tracks and who attacked. Unfortunately for them, Yeke was prepared to put down the boys. And I had to ask people to go there to quell down the situation. UP is a very peaceful party. We've never been involved in violence. We're not for violence. So I know they can interpret it any way. We hope the security is there, we investigate. Because we even heard that a policeman shot and killed somebody. We got to get the details.
Now, Ambassador Joseph Boakai, is this and it is realized that the fraud came from the CDC. What do you intend? That's your party. What do you intend to do?
We are not a law enforcement agency. Everything that goes wrong during this campaign, we inform the NEC, and NEC also refer it to the Minister of Justice. The Minister of Justice. They are there to protect all of us, whether it's CDC or UP. So they will be the ones to decide what we're doing. They will be on record that such a thing happened, and people are responsible, and I know the police are doing the investigation.
So we from Banga, Bon County, you are expected to go Lofa County, and we talking about the lives of Liberians. How are you going there in terms of preparation? Because you were going there and this incident occurred, and now you are going to enter Lofa County.
The CDC is the government in place. The protection of lives is their responsibility, believing that they will protect us. And we know they will do it. We will go for it. We go everywhere we need to go. Last night when we were coming in the dark, there was some stone balls thrown at our front door. But we will go, nobody will stop us.
So, Ambassador Boakai, this latest violence to place the U.S. announced visa restriction on people who will undermine Liberia's democracy. Are you concerned that your party was involved?
I'm only concerned that Liberians' lives have been lost. Whoever is responsible, they will be. I don't care.
Are there any specific messages to Liberians, especially as you know toward Liberia?
The only thing I can say is that we've gone through an election before, they've been peaceful, and Liberians should know that you come to power, you go out of power. And when you're going out of power, you should know that this is about a country. You're not going to destroy our country because you think that things might be working against you. United partisans, as always, I tell them, play your role, be law-abiding, but go about canvassing, and we pray for all Liberians. We are for peace. Our people have gone through a lot of suffering in this country. We are not here to cause chaos. We should go about having our election a peaceful way so that the ballots will determine who is the winner.
So yesterday, the CDC held a press conference and they shifted the blame on neutral parties, saying the violence was instigated by supporters from your party, that's the Unity Party. What do you have to say about that?
Did I surprise you? I mean, I'm not surprised. What would you expect them to say?
They were shifting blame on the Unity Party.
Of course they were, as always. You throw the stone and then you hide and blame somebody. Little sedition never told the truth.
Okay. Anything you wish to say we didn't talk about?
I will encourage them to start being a little honest, even at this last minute. Thank you.
All right, so we have to cross over to the chairman, the national chairman, Reverend Luther Tappet. Reverend Luther Tappet, welcome to the media. I'm Sylvester Chidople from Spoon TV. You just listened to your standing bearer on the issue concerning the Lafayette County incident. As a national chairman for Unity Party, what do you have to say about that?
Well, good morning, Sylvester, and good morning, Liberians, home and abroad. It's very unfortunate that during this period of political contestation, Liberians are lost in their lives because they have chosen their side. Our condolence goes to the family who lost their life in such a very difficult times when Liberians are showing up and believe that Ambassador Boakai and the Unity Party is the alternative to the CDC government and form a manner. And so our condolence goes to them. But we are not surprised because from day one, from the get-go of this campaign, CDC have been very provocative. You all saw what they did from day one of these elections. When they toted casket and pulled the pictures of Manchester, which was quite provocative. But our people have been very mature because we know we have a state to protect. And we still believe in the Farmington Declaration. We still believe that Liberians should not die because they want to have a political choice. And so it's unfortunate that we are always the target for CDC because they know that they have lost the popular vote of the Liberian people. And so the only alternative they have is to perpetuate violence to Unity Party. But we want to say to all Unity partisans home and abroad, let's be calm. We cannot set the state on fire. We must be the mature boys in the room, and we commit ourselves to the Farmington Declaration and our condolence to the family.
Reverend Luther Tappet, my name is Daniel from Cool FM. Do you think that the Farmington Declaration is being implemented at this crucial time?
Well, it is for you to judge as the journalist to see who's violating, who's not. But as far as Unity Party is very concerned, we have been doing our best. CDC, of course. We remain committed, we remain calm. How can people be marching, receiving their guests from America, passing the home of Thomas Fala, and then people from Thomas Fala's fence throwing stone at our partisan? It's quite provocative. you know, and we want CDC should not carry this country down because they're going to lose these elections. The Liberian people don't have confidence in them anymore. They can't set the whole country ablaze, all because the Liberian people are now on their side. We want to call on our people to remain peaceful. We have a country to build. We have a country to govern. October 10 is very close by. Just in 9 days, we'll be at the polling booth to change this government because they are very irresponsible.
So, Reverend Tape, we have less than 10 days to the election, and you have been such incident occurring in Liberia. How is your party preparing to make sure that these things stop?
Well, you know, electioneering that itself is always full of tension, but we've always been appealing to our people. Remain calm. Do not take matters in your hand. You are not law by yourself. And they've been trying, and I want to reiterate. I want to send a clearing call to all the partisans across the country. No matter the provocation from CDC, please do not retaliate. Do not retaliate. Go to the law enforcement agency, report your case, and we can go on from there, because we cannot set this country ablaze because of political contestation.
So to this bring in this question about the U.S. Government sanctioning or restricting individuals who will instigate violence or rig the election. What's your take on that, sir?
I want to commend the U.S., the American government, for making that a very important press statement in these very crucial times. So every political actor out there who think they love this country, why would you want to kill the people? Why do you want to hurt the people? Because and we want to commend them for that. Liberians should conduct themselves. All political actors should know that there's not a war. It's a matter of choice. Who we think has a better vision for the country. And United Party and Ambassador Boakai has a vision, and the people are gravitating towards it. Why should CDC be provoking us because the people have made up their mind to support GMB and the Unity Party?
Commending the U.S. statement, your party is involved in this incident. Are you worried about that?
Well, whatever the case, I'm not the investigator. Those who carried on this violent act, the law enforcement agency will look into it. And whoever, I don't care whoever, whether United Partisan or CDC, whoever bear the brunt of this responsibility of making sure that Liberians' lives are lost, should face the weight of law. This country is a country of laws.
Is there anything that your party, the Unity Party, is actually wishing to do for the loss of the lives?
Well, as Senator Barrow said, we're on our way to Lofa. And I'm very sure when we get there, the Senator Barrow will pay a visit to the victim's family. And we believe that we'll meet them. But we want to also use this opportunity to tell Unity Partisans that, look, CDC have been provoking us from day one. Let us remain calm. Let us not set this country on fire. We know that CDC is going down. Let them go down alone. It shouldn't go down claiming the life of all Liberians.
No.
This country, we are going to win this election because the Liberian people are resolved. And no matter the provocation, let's remain calm. We can't set this country ablaze because of elections.
So that's the home of Ambassador Boakai. I want you to tell us, as a party chairman, what's the security measures put in place right now? Because yesterday violence occurred, and you might be leaving today to enter Lofa. What's the security measures put in place?
Well, look, the state has the responsibility to protect our presidential candidate. They have their responsibility. We are not in charge of government, but we are determined to reach for it. There's no way that Master Barrow will tour the entire country and not be able to go home and see his people.
That's not the question. I'm not saying he might not reach to his homeland. I'm asking the security measures, because
we don't control the security, but he's going to go there. How do you want us to do it? We don't control the state security. We believe that they are going to live up to their national responsibility and protect Ambassador Boakai when we get there. We believe. And so with that belief, we want to go all the way to Foya.
So what do the people of Bon County expect from Unity Party today?
Oh, well, yesterday we visited a couple of the districts. We're going to visit the remaining districts today. Senator Moyd is here, and very soon we're going to start a journey into other districts throughout today. And the turnout has been very overwhelming, and the people of Boakai is the right choice for Liberia.
Anything you wish to say again? We didn't talk about.
Let's remain calm. 9 more days to go. Let's see the seat to go down alone. Don't allow them drag you down. this mob. We are very grateful to the Liberian people for the overwhelming support across the nation, and we believe that we're going to win this election by the grace of God. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So we talked to the National Prince Moy. Honorable Moy.
Talking to everybody, man.
This is School FM. We talk to everybody. And this is, so we are in Bone County. What do the people of Bone County expect from Unity Party today?
Senator Prince Moy.
Unity Party want to win in Bone County. We saw our rallies. We are not clustering people in one locality. We are visiting the 7 electoral district of our county. And I can assure you that all the different rallies, you are not going to see T-shirts, you're not going to see face caps. People are willing to go in there to see JMB and to assure him that he's the next president of the Republic of Liberia.
Are you cognizant that you will win this county?
I'm 100%. I'm 100% confident. This is not my first time. I've gone through elections here. So if the people say they are for you, you will see it from their actions.
People consider Joel as a political giant in this county. And you are saying...
We have a few days to go. That will be history.
So
that's going to be history. We have a few days to go.
What makes you confident that the Unity Party will have majority votes for Bone County?
It's based on what the people have expressed to us. It's based on the confidence they have in the standard bearer. It's based on his standing in public service. It's based on his track record that they have said this is the right path. Everywhere we went, the kids were singing. The young people were singing. We made a mistake. They are trying what the Joseph Boakai and Ellen Johnson Sirleaf government did. What mechanism they put in place to have development going across the country. What did they do to have medicine in the clinics? What did they do to have our only referral hospital here operational that people could not pay what they pay now?
So you as a senator too as well, what have you done over the years of which that the people of Bone County can now look at you to say we can give our support to the Unity Party?
If we start to name what we have done here, we have built a relationship, we have built a system that everybody can trust us. And we have worked for them sincerely. We have provided our oversight. But in a government where one branch thinks that, they can do everything and break all the system now, what much can you do as a senator or a lawmaker?
So it means that
talk, and sometimes the talk would not benefit the people.
So it means that the kind of resources that you are expecting to develop your county, you are not getting it, sir.
Even we can make appropriation to fund the hospitals, to fund the school, the executive doesn't pay. So making budget is one thing, and executing the budget is another thing. So they have done, over the last 5 years, selective spending on projects, selective spending on expenditure of the budget. So
I toured the county last night and this morning. I've not seen people trooping in at the Derek Koyan spot page for this turnout today. I think that's a red flag. I'm seeing what this.
No, if you saw the schedule, the crowd we put her here when the VSB visited, when the SB visited us here, when the standard bearer was taking the VSB, how we put her in Banga cannot be compared to any party. So we're not in a competition. What we have done is for our standard bearer to visit all electoral districts in this county to just reassure the people that, look, this is the Joseph Boakai that said he's in wheelchair. This is the Joseph Boakai that said he will not walk, and our people are happy. And that's how we organize our rally. So it's not to put people in the Queen's spot. No other party has done that in recent time more than us.
You notice CDC?
CDC, the crowd we put out here, that was not even campaign launch, but more than what CDC did.
Senator, are you following the rescue team to Lofa County?
Yeah, we're going to do
I know
that.
you
That's
follow.
a national campaign manager. Supposed to be everywhere.
I know you followed the incident yesterday in.
It's unfortunate, and I'm other worries. What at this point in time? Why at this point in time CDC will get involved into a violence of that nature?
But CDC is shifting blame on the Unity Party,
How
mind you,
is
sir.
that possible? How is that possible? How can I be launching my party campaign and jump into another fence. What do I want to achieve from that? I mean, just by not even going through the investigation, why did it not happen during their lunch?
What do you think is possible to be for the Unity Party? Why do you think it is not possible that this
we are
violence?
a peaceful party. We have never had any history of establishment of violence, and we can never support any violent activities.
But that's the image of Unity Party. People say Unity Party is peaceful. But mind you, maybe you have some individuals in the background instigating violence.
We have never done that. We have never encouraged individuals to get involved into violent activities. And we will never, until the incident that occurred in Foyer, when it is fully investigated, you will know who did what.
Is there anything you wish to say we didn't talk about?
I mean, we are going on a tour, and I can assure the citizens of Bon County that they will see the best of our standard bearer. They are in a jubilant mood everywhere we went. No t-shirt, no face cap, nothing. And they are coming all in their numbers to see the next president of the Republic.
Thank you so much. That's it. You listen to all of them, the Vice President, former Vice President Joseph Boakai, Luther Tape, and Senator Prince Moy. They have told the media that Unity Party was not the one who instigated the violence. And we've been following this, but we are here in Banga City, Bon County, and this is K News Online, Cool 91.9. Other high officials of the Unity Party are also here. And they have said Unity Party is a peaceful party, according to them. And who knows? When the case is being judged, we look forward to hearing from the Joint Security, because we understand that the Joint Security is investigating this case back in Monrovia. So keep watching. We keep you posted to every necessary information. I'll note we heard that the team will be leaving to Kokoya. I don't know where's that place, but we will be there. Thank you. My name is Daniel Theophilus Cole.
So when you're ready,
Yeah. The radio station?
Mr. Chairman?
It's community people. Support from nowhere. Besides some of our partners that we do business with.
They don't want you to lay back.
Huh? Come back.
See, you said.
Yeah. USAID. They give us this. They mix up. You know. 1,000 was 1,000. Go run up.
Come here.
Couple of things on there. Let's do the recording. Council Basil. Put it Sony on. Put it computer on.
Yeah, man. Yes. Can we keep the chair?
Public electricity.
Electricity, we own energy power. Yeah,
I would change your chair. Remember when they came out, that changed our chair. What a chair you bring?
Yeah, the West.
What a chair you need to change?
Sometimes it will come, go. One of our partners, F1's radio, also 16 pieces. Solar panel, that one we own right now. So it will carry us throughout the day. Then in the night, we switch to the West African power pool. Yeah. Oh, okay. The music sing, they say, the Israeli, they say, I told you people before, about Samuel, when I was selecting Samuel, I told you people, the other crying you're doing, I told you people before. Yeah.
So, Ambassador Joseph Boakai is about to speak on training issues, and last night we talked about
So, waiting for somebody now?
No.
Okay. Okay. So we can use the. Yeah. We dress the mic community or something. Yeah, that's it. Yeah. No. Yeah.
I got one back.
Like this. It's on? It's on? Ambassador, it's on? Okay, good. Good day, radio listeners, and more welcome to this special interview. We have the privilege to have with us former Vice President of Liberia, Ambassador Joseph Boakai. Ambassador Boakai, as you may be aware, he's on his campaign trail. He's in Boakai. He visited some communities yesterday, so he is in the capital city, Banga. So he'll be trading on some of the things and what he intends to do for Liberia when he is given the opportunity to serve as president of this country. So he has come to provide some of the basic things for us. Ambassador Boakai will say, good morning, welcome to Radio Banga. Yeah, it's on, the mic, it's on. Yeah.
Thank you very much. I'm happy to be here.
Good. So how is it? How things been with you?
Well, we just arrived yesterday, and thanks to Moyne, he gave me a real uncle food. He didn't make me rest for 1 minute, but it was a good show, going all the way to Sanaye, coming through Phoebe, and all the various places that we entered. We were very happy welcome. It was a very good trip.
Good. So, all in area, particularly in Bob County, yesterday you started. So, how is the momentum? What are you seeing in the faces of the people? Are you seeing sincerity in their faces in terms of your election?
It would appear to me that the Liberians rescue very well. So that's the message, and we're very happy to meet with them and talk with them as we are doing. Everybody is in high excitement.
So the next question on my mind is what you just talked about. You call yourself rescue team. So what is it? What do you mean by rescue team?
I know it took a long time for people to understand, and some of you, other people. But I do believe that this country has had and has a lot of opportunities, a lot of potential that have been unutilized. And I would believe that this is the best time to put it on the track to do that. We have a society well endowed with young, brilliant people, well endowed with good agricultural land, well endowed with people who are eager and willing to work. But the system that we have in place has not really been built to include everybody, to make everybody useful. And this is why we say it needs to be rescued, especially so. This has been made more visible by the kind of government that we have in place that had even marginalized a lot of people. A government with no plan. They came in mind with no plan. They told you they had no plan. And they are demonstrating that in a very, very visible way. Our country, the judge Greenland, I want to leave this country in the hands of a prepared generation, in a prepared society, a society that wants to work and be given the opportunity to work. Young people that need to be trained, they need to work in their country, that want to be given the opportunity. That's the mission that I'm on, and that's what I want to do.
Okay, good. That is good. But I know you've been hearing this around Strickland's. You yourself, you've been hearing that. Look, the Unity Party was in power for 12 years and did nothing. So, what your tip on that? I know you've been hearing that.
Well, the question comes back to you: is that true? People say what they say. The Unity Party was the one who raised this country from a failed state, the one that built it. The Unity Party, and most of the people who are critical of Unity Party, they were part of it. They believed that being part of the government, you must be president. Mr. Weah was in government. Joel Howard Taylor was in the government. In fact, they were in the key decision-making of the government. And they know what the country was moving to. So the Liberians don't believe it. The Liberians, they always say the Ellen days, Ellen and Joe Boakai days were the best. And so today, teachers are not getting salary, hospitals are not being given medical supplies, the roads are not being maintained. How will you ever say Unity Party didn't do anything?
Okay, good. So, Ambassador Boakai, how do you want to see Liberia to be, and what you want to do for this country when they give you the authority to lead this country?
I'm so excited. I'm so much eager to see a new Liberia.
New Liberia in what
A new
terms?
Liberia, a vibrant Liberia, a Liberia that people will be active, loving their country, with a lot of activities that will lay the groundwork for development. Good roads everywhere, good roads, good institutions for our young people. Country where medical supply will be available. The opportunities are there and we're not using them. We go everywhere, we have abundance of land. It's about time that we develop our land, feed ourselves. And I know I have the experience, and I know I worked in that line before, and I can't wait to see a Liberia that will build up and compete with the comics of nation, a Liberia that will be, respected again.
Okay. So, when you go around the country, do you sometimes feel disappointed with this country is going?
Very, very much. Very much. In fact, this is the real feel disappointed. I feel it's gone to. I feel we deserve better than we get. And that's the reason I'm on fire, to make sure that people will see a Liberia where a full potential will be utilized. And you can see in the faces of the people, you can see on the roads. For how long can we continue on these kind of roads? For how long can we continue to say no medical supply? TB hospital, for example, a referral hospital, lack of everything. What should it be? It shouldn't be a moving up and down. Like this country should be moving and moving. And that's what we want to see.
Okay. You'll soon be going to the presidential debate. I know you have something in mind to tell your people. So, if you are elected the first 3 months, what are you going to touch? What will be the main thing you're going to touch?
I have said that the first 100 that all our major roads, that every vehicle will be able to move in. That already will begin to improve medical services, to improve the price of goods, because that's one of the reasons. And we will check all of the prices of the basic commodities. We want to know what is making the prices high for our people, and want to make sure we bring them to a comfortable level, removing all of the things that have been placed there to make life difficult. We want to make sure that we lay the groundwork for an audit of the incoming government to make sure that they account for the work they have done, which is the right for the citizens, for them to tell them what they have done. And I don't think that should be any problem. We want to make sure that we begin to improve the mentality of our people, to make them begin to love this country, to make them to see the country as theirs. We want to introduce some of the things that will begin to make our country stable. That I tell people there's no tribal problem in Nigeria.
So what are some of those things you're going to do that will make this country to be stable?
I want the young people to begin to know that they cannot be Zogos. Okay. They cannot be on the country better stable, to prepare them to take over development.
How's that going to work? Are you going to be building institutions?
Well, not within the 90 days, 100 days, but we are laying groundwork. We have to prepare the minds of the people to know that they have opportunity, that the groundwork for a new Liberia is coming. We have to talk the language they will understand to make them know that some of the hard feelings they've been having, that they can be laid to rest and prepare them for development.
Okay, good. So, Ambassador Boakai, let me take you back to some of the campaign messages that people are carrying. People are saying that you said, I did not listen really to that look, this country, if we don't do it the right way, there will be no Liberia carrying. Can you interpret that to the people?
You could say it that way. Liberia is not houses. Liberia is not trees. Liberia is the people. I am saying that if the we are government will forever be re-elected, this country is fading away. When they say you are a failed state, you are not a country. So we're not talking about if we should know me better. It's because of my peaceful nature that he's present today. I'm a peace-loving person. I love this country to make sure that we build it, not we destroy it. So that is just nothing propaganda, nation to destruction of this country. But we want to tell the Liberian people that it will be a huge mistake that will throw this country back and put it into a failed state with we are being re-elected.
Okay. Okay. Good. So, I know you heard about the local situation.
Very much so.
Good. So, what do you take on that?
Well, we are getting more details. We know that there were some problems there, and the problems we have some idea where they started from, but we are giving the police the chance, the authorities there, to do an investigation. I talked with the representative from there. He's supposed to be calling me to give me more details. I've received a lot of details from the women head of the Unity Party there. We are listening, but we have a pretty good idea what has happened and what is obtaining. And I definitely believe that the securities on the ground are going to handle it.
Okay. So what kind of elections do you want to see like
free, fair, transparent, credible election in which the citizens will be allowed to exercise freedom to go there and cast their vote, and at the end of the day, it will be definite that the person elected is the person.
Good. So my understanding is that you have problems with the National Elections Commission, which I think my understanding is that you went to court. So
no, not necessarily. I don't have any problem with the National Election Commission.
Okay.
The National Election Commission, like all institutions in this country, are under obligation to do the right thing.
Okay.
That's the job the Liberian people gave them. It might be appointment of the president, but it's the Liberian people that are working. They are people with relatives, with children, with properties and all. This is their country. They have moral responsibility to do what they're supposed to do. All we tell them, we appeal to their moral conscience to tell them to do the right thing. I don't have any problem with it. I know at the end of the day, they will do the right thing.
But you trust the NEC?
Yes, I have to start with a trust. If I don't trust them, when I win the election, they will say, well, you don't trust us. How you feel? I trust them.
But one of the issues that you raised was the FRR. Is it okay with you?
Of course, we're going to put them in line. Everything that they're supposed to do, they should do it. Everything should be in place. Our people are there checking, and they are cooperating. We want the election to be free, fair, credible, transparent. So they do. A lot of things have been done out of schedule because the government have been reluctant in providing them funding. They too are doing their best under the conditions. But we know definitely that we have a lot of decent people there who are doing the right thing.
Okay, good. All right. We don't want to maybe hold you too long, but we just want to provide the opportunity to the Liberian people so that they will be able to ask you one or two questions before you can go. I mean, because there's a headache situation and you're on your campaign trail. So we're radio listeners, we are playing host to former Vice President of this country, Ambassador Joseph Yuma Boakai. Ambassador Boakai is talking about some of the things that he intends to do for the country when he is elected as president of the country. So you have the perfect platform. Please be civil when you're asking your question. 07777 is the number that will put you through. Like get this question. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. President, thank you so much for the explanation. You are spoken very well.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. You too can be the part also 07777777965 and be the part of the discussion this person. Good morning. Yeah, good morning. Emmanuel, go ahead quickly. Come back. Come back. We didn't even get the last.
We heard from the president we had the campaign by sending him all country and they helping us do it.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We can take one call and then we go to the former Vice President. You can call us on 07777777965 and be the part. I'm not taking you on my private number, please. So if you want to call, go through the main process. Good morning. Yeah.
Good morning to the incoming president of our country.
Yeah. Your name and where you come from? Alonso. Yeah, go ahead.
Who is pushing the re-election of Dr. Topa and the election of Ambassador Joseph Boakai.
Yeah.
Let me say welcome to our country. We young people, especially the friends of Topa, we are in everywhere talking to our people to see reason to elect you because we believe you and Senator Dr. Harry Fukufuba working, our people of Boakai and young people will be given the opportunity for a job and other things. So for us, before you go, in Boakai, we have already spread your message everywhere, informing our people through the support of the Senator. So we want to say, do not be deterred. We young people will make mistakes in 2017 that we rescue this country. And when you rescue this country, we don't want that the Toba to be in Boakai to rescue the country.
Thank you. Thank you so much. One person, 07777 the last caller, call up and be a fat ask question or be civil. This person. Good morning. Good morning. Wow. All right, so we could take one person so that 077777965. Sorry, I'm not taking you on my personal number, so just sorry. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. Your name? Yeah, Arthur, go ahead.
Yeah, let me appreciate you and also appreciate our women. I want to appreciate you for coming to vote because it's got to be all around that. The women taking you with you can walk all the kind of things on you. I'm very, very happy the morning. Hey, I'm going to tell the women, don't get it for you and vote for you with the young people. We are following your leadership. We want to move on the thing. And your leadership in the country. So we can protect you. We are all in the corner for making sure that we vote for you. Not just beginning to so that I'm not carrying the hands of the acres of working, and then I'm so sure that we allow the help to send our school and so that they are taking out and for our children to become better school. So I'm so happy to listen to the movie, and the moment I'm doing around, people like you are coming to Boakai, that's why I'll see you. You
Thank you. We're not taking a call now, please. Please don't call us. Yeah, Ambassador Boakai, you listen
Thank
to.
you.
I think only one person so far.
Let me start with the last person and thank you.
Yeah.
I mean, we share is a cheap propaganda, but it doesn't help them, and that's one of the reasons this country that. In my presidency, I will make sure that every county headquarters we have a television station. Wow. So all the lies, we tell you, they will see the people. That's why they keep the country backward for misinformation, to make sure they can tell lies. We will open this country to opportunities to clear up some of these problems. Okay. That's my area. Emmanuel, Friends of Toba, we thank you. We thank you for your support. We assure you that the Boakai County people, whoever they elect will be, we just believe that these people should work in the interest of the country. There's no more time for just yourself. We should know that we put Liberia first. We talk about Mr. Weah, and that's let me make it clear. That's the misunderstanding. In the country, Mr. Weah, with all the football he played, the money he made, he couldn't even afford a vehicle for himself. Mr. Weah will pay my way. Mr. Weah should understand that monies for government are for government. Government, official, retired people. Mr. Weah should be ashamed that a former vice president of this country get $870 a month with $38,000 and nothing more. He should be ashamed to say he paid. Where we have got money from? Where did he have money? It's our money that he's just stealing. He doesn't understand that all that he had received is because he is president of this country. They are for the Liberian people, not for him. According to laws, and I hope we have those laws. In the great United States, even as ambassador, it used to be, you receive anything above $50, you turn it over to the country. Mr. Weah think that all the things he's writing are for, they are not for him. They are for the country. And a former vice president, I'm entitled to benefits. So if you say, when you pay, where you get your money from? Where we have money from?
everything, and he must know all of them from him. They are not for him. When I left office, I left everything for Joe Howard Taylor. The records are there. So that's his mentality. He's under this illusion. I did this, I did it. Why didn't you do those things there before? Everything you get is for the country. If you're not there today, you will not get those things there. So let him understand that. He didn't pay my way. That was not his money. If I was sick, I went. That was my entitlement. It was not we had to pay. It's the government of Liberia. And I'm entitled to it. It's my entitlement. They're supposed to even do more than that. But I always tell, and I told you Howard Taylor, I say what goes around comes around. Tomorrow, you will be in my field. You will see what kind of benefit you will get. I turn everything over to you. The records are there. So forget about we are talking about paying my way and doing that. I didn't select someone from Bond, but the people of Bond understand. I have natural love for Bond. Bond County is going to be center of development. Bond County is the center of this country. I have planned for Bond. I have said, when I was Minister of Culture, we had a lot of activities in Bond. Cary, Cottington, RDI, BCADP. I made the activities enormous. Small Bond is well located. My plan is this Bond here. We've already working on it. Right now, I have somebody in the country, even with me and I being in government, to do an assessment at Phoebe Hospital for medical supply. It's not a government. My love for this country is unlimited. I want to see a good country. And Bond people, they know they are my nephews and nieces. They know them. We sat together and discussed before we took decision. So the vice presidency, only one president can be my friend. But development is going to impact heavily on the country. All the roads you're talking about that we went on, we thank God that we're going on there. One of the most setbacks for development is road. Movement, whether for health, whether for education, for agriculture, good roads. And good roads are going to be built in Liberia.
Okay, Ambassador Boakai, thank you so much. And second, that you have something to say to your people that we didn't ask of, maybe you can just say that. So we'll take leave.
I just want to thank the people of this county for the people they are. The central located is a county that is well done. My desire for this country is to build a country that will be respected. We will ask people to cooperate. This city is going to be later. Other cities are going to be later. They will have what it takes to make a country be respected. The institutions here that they've been playing with are going to function, and we are in a position to mobilize support for all of it. So Liberians, let us gear up to build our country, take possession of our country, and build it for posterity. I want to thank all of you for your support.
Thank you. Well, Liberians, let's get up and build our country. Let's take possession of our country. The voice of Ambassador Joseph Boakai will be talking about a number of issues here this morning. My name is Marcus Malaya. Say have a pleasant good day. Bye for now.
Thank you.
Can't continue to sit back as youngsters today and we listen to the old folks keep telling us they're fighting for our future. Wish you've been fighting since 1845 till now. You can give our future. When will you deliver my future to me?
In the rest, boy, Asian, so in the rest, we need younger person here. Yeah, in the rest.
The notion people carried around that Waka can be the best. I think my man, that is wrong.
In the rest.
The problem I have with Boakai, I have two problems with him. One,
in the rest.
what is affecting Boakai? You see that two things have no key. When you crack it don't have no key. When you crack it, no key. The second one is age. when you are old. You don't sit there to be young again. No. When you old, you old. Until you get going on the ground.
Yeah, you need the rest.
The second problem now with Boakai, they squander opportunity for the past 12 years. My people, for the past 12 years.
You need the rest. Boy, Asian.
And let all the Boakai sound. All you know, because the political people say Boakai do this, Boakai do that. But look at the level of Badana Jure.
You need the rest. He should be retired by now. He should be retired by now. His age, he's not. I will tell you for sure. For his age, he will be controlled by people who are pushing him to become the standard bearer of the CPP. You need the rest. There are some greedy politicians who have been in power before, who want to come back to power. This is what I see. But it's too old. I need the rest. Yeah, you need the rest. Boy, Asian, so you need the rest. We need younger person here.
I have no problem with the old man. And the old man was fit to go out here when a Boakai was fit. The first thing, you are not even coming to allow you to support him. Because he knows your attitude. But because of the age, you know, his sense of reasoning is declining. This is why you hold you on his side. Who don't know your history in this country? Tell me for us.
No, yeah, you need the rest.
If Boakai become president, the issue will not promoting. You that will run this country, and the international community will blame us for our own selfish thing that we did.
Asian, no, yeah, you need the rest. Boy, Asian.
Well, we are staying in Lofa County. Like I told you this morning, we are on our way. And, you know, we've been going to towns and villages to interact with the people and disabuse the minds of Liberians that say Lofa County is the stronghold of Joseph Boakai. So, a young man just walked up to me and want to express his dissatisfaction on the speculations in Monserrado County. So let me get your name.
My name is Amara M. Trawale Jr. Many people call me Master Warris, and I'm the chairman and the founder of the movement of the downtrodden youth of Bonjama District.
So, and you walked to me very angry this morning, and what is the reason for that anger that you came to me with?
I'm very desperate, even more than anger, because people sit in Monrovia there and say that this place is already controlled by the Vice President Joseph Boakai. That is a blatant lie. A blatant lie. You know, we the Levines, we are even disappointed over Boakai. We are disappointed in his leadership.
What do you mean you are disappointed? Boakai being a man from Lofa County, and you being from Lofa County, then you say you're disappointed. Why are you disappointed?
And that's the thing, in fact, that we mislead us, because he's from Lofa County, so we should vote him in even if he is not qualified for the position.
You mean Boakai is not qualified?
Well, qualification does not have to only deal with education. He got the education, but the experience to move this country forward, he doesn't have it, because he's been on board for the past 12 years. What he didn't do, you anticipate him to do something more than that? That's the area where the disqualification comes in. I'm not saying that he's not educated, but he's not qualified to move this country forward. And the kind of a conception, the kind of a mind the people have in Monrovia there, they sit and say, this place controlled by Joseph Boakai is lie. You know, you know very well, we were in Bakedu yesterday. I'm from Bakedu anyway.
Oh, you're from Bakedu?
I'm from Bakedu anyway, the Kodobone district. You know, you were there yesterday, and you saw the kind of momentum. You know, and even when George Weah entered the town a couple of days ago, the entire Bonjama was on fire politically. When Joseph Boakai came, this town was looking like it was even sleeping.
You joking?
You know? I'm not joking. I'm telling you something from the bottom of my heart. I'm a mastercratic leader. I control 315 members of 315 youth in this district. And let me tell you something. Joseph Boakai has no tangibles to point at in Lofa here. If anybody is daring me, let anybody come up and say Joseph Boakai has chicken horse in Bonjama here, not to even talk about building. You understand? You traveled yesterday to Kolahu.
Kolahu.
Okay, I was even thinking that I was thinking, I said, let the protocol not take the decision for Joshua to go to Foya because this guy couldn't come back. And that's the hometown role of Joseph Boakai. You saw the role, how it's horrible, very horrendous. You understand? The role is bad to say the least. You understand? Charity begins at home. If this man cannot do anything for Lofa, he didn't do anything for Lofa for the past 12 years, what do you expect of him? Let's not be joking here, man. Let's not be joking. You know, the driver can change, but the car will still remain. Oh, Madam Salim, Joseph Boakai, they form in the same predicament. We can't elect them for another 24 years. You know, what will we be doing? So you want to tell me that the only one that have the brain to run this country?
So you say, what part of Lofa specifically you from?
I'm from Kwaduboni district. Specifically, I'm from Marvin Konedu. Marvin Konedu is in the Kwaduboni district. It's one of the renowned towns in the Kwaduboni district. I'm not far from the home of Dr. Edward Bian Kesari, the founder of the Unity Party. Unity Party is for Lofayan. But Lofayan are tired with the Unity Party. You understand? If the Unity Party could have another driver, maybe the sympathizers of Unity Party could be much. If it had gone another driver. But the driver is still the same.
So you say the Lofa citizens are angry with Boakai because you can't point out any tangible, one single tangible.
Nothing of the sort. You know why? Joseph Boakai is associated with people who have already failed this county. You know.
And who are some of those people?
Even every time he comes here, the honorable, the incumbent, Honorable Mayan will be here for Fana. Honorable Mayan will be here for Fana. My own Madingo sister from Kwaduboni district has failed the district. We were moving up and down behind her to 2011. But now she failed us and she wants us again to re-elect her. It can't work. George Tengbe, Senator George Tengbe, on the United Party ticket. Those are the failures that are behind Joseph Boakai. So I'm sorry, he's not going to go anywhere because the people of Labour County are disenchanted over their leadership. Let not somebody sit down in Monrovia and say Lofa is for Joseph Boakai. You'll be making a very grievous mistake.
So what is your final message to the people? You got hundreds of people all around the world that are looking at you.
This message could go even beyond what we anticipate. You understand? I want this message to go forward. Let it go through the length and breadth of this country that Joseph Boakai does not have any political control over Lofa County. Lofa is divided over the leadership of Joseph Boakai. You understand? The only thing people can say here in Lofa is that he served as the managing director for LPMC in normal days. That's not enough. 24 years in government, I still to be corrected, but I think he has spent more than 24 years in government.
In 40 years.
40 years. What does he want now? Let him go back and build his home. Foya Tinga, I think that's the area he's from.
Oh, from Foya Tinga.
No road there. No road. You saw the road yesterday.
Very terrible.
No road. So how many years we should sit again for the Bangam and the Kama road to be fixed? We know that Josh Weah is the only option. The alternative choice to political freedom, social, economical freedom in this country, for us to get over this dodging, is not to re-elect any members of the Unity Party. Let us carry Josh Weah. I interacted with Josh Weah yesterday. I saw him. I said, but wait now. There is a man, so common man, like this. It means that when this man is at the executive marshal tomorrow, nobody will be afraid to go around him. You know, I was speaking to him. I said, you know, you were my friend. I'm sorry for that expression. No, but he's so too down to hype. And I'm not seeing a reason why we shouldn't give this leadership to Josh Weah. I don't know why. I don't know why. And this question seems to be very rhetorical. Why can't we elect Josh Weah to liberate us economically?
The people say Josh Weah ain't no book. That's the reason why we're not
elected. And you know why? I'm an expert in English. That's the reason why they call me Master of Words. When Josh Weah was speaking to people yesterday, because people say those things here and there that he doesn't speak good English, I was standing by his side listening to the final pronunciation of his words. The ED, the SRED, the ZRED, and he got everything in time. This guy is eloquent. Very, very eloquent. Very, very eloquent indeed. I evaluated his speech. Very, very eloquent. You know, to know that somebody speaks good English, not only the vocabularies, but look at the subject verb agreement, the pronoun antecedent, the cases of the pronouns, and everything was intact. I'm not saying any politician that can speak with logic right now in Liberia than Josh Weah. Not only the English, but the logic. The logic.
So what is? We are on our way to Bakedu now, and I'm sure you will be with the team.
Yeah.
So what do you have to say to the people of Bakedu?
When we get into Bakedu, you will see the rousing welcome. The ceremony will be very electric. Very, very electric. They can't wait to see George Manenwia and Joel Howard Taylor. You understand? It's a let-go ticket. A let-go ticket. You understand? Kwadugoni, you know, people say it's the birthplace of the Unity Party. But the people of the Kwadugoni now, they are disenchanted. They are disappointed, in the leadership of those that are moving the Unity Party forward. If we had another travel other than Joseph Boakai, perhaps we will make an alternative choice. But in this case, Joseph Boakai being...
But why you so angry with Boakai? Why are you so angry?
Because he has not done anything for us. No, Abu, you've been here. Has anybody shown you in Fonjama here what Joseph Boakai has done? Look at, we're standing now seeing Zago Hotel over there. Before Zago became senator of this county, he had already made mark. He got tangibles to point at. But Joseph Boakai has not got even the slightest chicken house.
Wow.
Yeah, of course. Because to build a chicken house is not difficult. Just for a chicken to sleep. He doesn't have it yet. I know many people will get angry with me over the statement I'm making, but it's the truth. And if you were to interview another person, a logical person, I'm not talking about a fool, because only a fool will support Joseph Boakai. But any logical person will tell you that Joseph Boakai is not a political material to move this country forward, and the people of Lofa have not resolved to carry him. Everybody is divided. You understand? I agree, he got some supporters here, but he does not have an absolute control over this county. So let the people in Monrovia hear that, let the whole world hear it. I wish this thing could be extended on the Facebook, but people even
it's already on Facebook.
It's already on Facebook. People in the diaspora to even hear it. If you're hearing me now on the Facebook, everywhere, every part of the world, I'm telling you that Joseph Boakai is not a solution to Liberia's problem. It's not a solution. You understand?
Yeah.
Let us make an alternative choice. And that choice, brilliantly, is George Manenwia. We believe he can move us forward. He has done it in the past, he can do it now, and he can do it in the future. If I continue talking for even the next 2 hours, I will not get tired to disprove the prove the weakness.
This president speaking to you.
Ambassador, I was just telling them that a witness will go on Facebook to tell them that Joseph Boakai does not have control over this place here. And the alternative choice is George Manenwia. I'm speaking now, Ambassador Wia is here. Let the whole world hear it. You saw Lofa. Lofa is not resolved over Joseph Boakai. We are disappointed in his leadership. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Abu. That was good talking to you. It was nice talking to you. You listen to the guy there. You listen to the guy there speaking from Lofa County, and we've been saying this to you, and you need to understand. So I'll talk to you. I'll talk to you later. Baba, we are on our way to Kwadugoni district. Thank you so much.
Things could happen behind the scenes. So I supported Joseph Boakai, knowing that by 2023 he'll be tired.
Okay.
Knowing that 2023 he'll be tired, he could have a good heart, everything good, but the brain is going down. You're not holding the end, you're moving down the hill. This is nature. My father, right now, I buy him pamper. Every day I gotta buy a pamper. There's a man who bought me pamper before. I'm buying pamper now because the time has reached. So I thought the old man could be president in 2017 and run for this. And he said, he said, when you run for one term, he said, I agree with him. 2023, no, I disagree. In my mind, he should rest, find somebody else.
Joe Boakai did not condemn tribalism because Joe Boakai is a sadistic, unrepentant, unapologetic, tribalistic old man. That is what Joe Boakai is, and that is the only thing Joe Boakai knows how to do because he exploits tribalism. So, well, I say, I just
I say
say no to Mr. Joe. Let Joe go back, man. This is the October. Let Joe go back in the bush that they play he belong because he do nothing here a woman early. They do nothing for our country. So let them go back to the place. They will not get one vote here. We tired today. We tired tomorrow.
I'm Jackson William. You see, my brother, this is a little business that I made to support my 5 children. During the year 2005, Madam Seri told us that there were going to be free primary education, especially free primary education. And she told us there will be a lot of job facility and company than ever before. And she said also there was going to be a stop to corruption, and corruption was going to be her worst enemy. And I think she set precedent on Judy Bryant. But after Judy Bryant died and all the rest of her ministers were just transferred to another ministry for corruption, I see the election to be very critical. And one thing I should tell the Liberian people is to get the United Party out of Liberia completely, because they are people like the demonic forces that is hanging over Liberia, trying to suck our blood and destroy our children and great-grandchildren future. They are. I'm talking to say that I'm very bad because you talk about the man they call Joseph Boakai in this way. I'm against it totally. I'm against the entire United Party. Let government.
So meaning you are saying no to Joe, right?
No to Joseph Boakai. No to the United Party. Let it go away. Let it leave off. Let us live our peaceful life. Let our children go to school happily, and let Papa come home with black plastic bag filled with rice, pepper, chicken soup, and let the children be happy.
My name is Loretta. We have one father's government. The Joe man is talking about as a land Joe ruled this government for the 2 years. For the 2 years, not small years. And then there is nothing that you can show. I can show you like brand people. So for that reason, we are not satisfied with Joe. We want him no more. Even said when I offer Joe said he comes to work there. I'm not satisfied because he is corrupted. The whole government is corrupted. For one fact. Right now, our children, you see, younger than me, I say you go here. I say you say you go. When my child is in school, but when you go to the school house, you say you want to go see your child at school, my dear. The money that will cost it. The money why you get up to or TV or theater. So again, the market will make it so you pay our children's school fee. Again, manage my dear. So for the reason we tired.
Just a bit for me, I'm not satisfied because. You know, for the government, I've been ruling up to this time, or 2 days the last time. But we have been disappointed by the government. And me especially, more especially having to do with our leader, which is the president. Yeah, and the government has the most educated government, but now the even government has the most corrupt government. So what? If good, then what bad? So that's my problem, really. She said you have no control over prices for what as a leader. They won't have control over prices. So for me, right now, although I time all the finish, but I don't think I can vote to that party because it's the same government. When you get in power, it will be the same government because she will control him. Yeah. So for me, I'm not very willing. Even see Joe Boakai leading us as president.
We suffer too much. You are very hard. We used to buy copper rate for $20, but now you go anywhere, you go copper rate at $35, $40. We have bigger rate at $2,000. We used to buy copper $75 in a bush, but now we buy it $200 now. Poor bear, now $450. Kiapre, none of the apple, they say $350 or $375. We suffer too much. After me, and I feel like me. Because school, when I go to school, you go just say a child. The money that they will call, they used to say government school. But now when you go register a children government school, you will pay money 5,000 or 3,000. Yeah. So our children are suffering. We don't have correct, even hospital. Even your child say running when they go to the hospital, they will say pay money before you hold your child in the hospital. They don't want help. Well, poor people are around. They don't want to help the poor people. Black people pass them and they don't want to help them. We're suffering in this country too much. I leave the government try to do something. The government promised that when she win, she's going to help the Liberian people. She's going to build school, she's going to build hospital. Even the mansion, she said that the when the mansion she was going to pay all to this time. Nothing good will not here. So we're suffering in this country. We need peace now. They say no war, but the one that we're feeling now is more than war. So we're tired now. We're tired. And say no, no and no, forever no.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to every one of you guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning, guys. Today is Friday, and I believe today is the 29th of September. That means we have just one more day to go, and we will be into October, and that is this coming Sunday. Yes. So we are very close to the finish line where we're going to see another election again. So as always, we are back this morning, and I'd like to say thank you guys so much for joining me for my evening listener to my program. Hopefully by God's grace, I will be back this evening to bring to you yet another discussion of the J. Randy Show. We have come a long way. Yes, we have come a long way since 2017 when I first appeared on Facebook. When I look back and see the ups and downs that I have gone through, and still here, sitting here, sometimes standing there, I am just grateful to God that my impact to the people of Liberia, both in the diaspora and back home, has been significantly important. We have been fact checking most of the things that we have said, and we continue to see that people are using those things, whether it is taking some of our suggestion, applying it. We understand they take some of our ideas, they never reward us, but those of you that follow me religiously will get to understand some of the things that we say on the platform, how people are applying it to their conversation. So hopefully by this evening, God willing, we are going to be live. I think we might start maybe 7 o'clock this evening. Yes, we might start at 7 p.m. this evening, Eastern Standard Time. So please don't forget to share this post and share the message with your friends in your group, on your timeline. We are going to be reviewing some of the positive suggestion, constructive criticism we have put out there, and how people are using it. We are going to really point you to what we have done on this platform here. I'm very confident that what we continue to provide on the platform has been very, very helpful to many Liberians and even some of the political parties. The only dishonest thing there is they will not be very fair to say this in the public. That's why. Maybe in the future, that when they will come out and say, oh yeah, when J. Randy said this, we actually took some of his idea and applied it. But that one thing about Liberian, they will not give you your flower when you are alive. They will only give it to you when you are gone. But we will not allow that time. We will not wait for that time, because we know what we are doing, and we can feel, and we can see, and we can understand what they are taking away from us. Our society since 1847 up to 2016 has been challenged. We have had a very brutal and bad historical past. This past 2018 up to present, most especially with the coming of Facebook that exposes things to the people of Liberia, where you and I and others on the other side are disseminating information. Many Liberians who grew up doing the same thing in the same culture for many, many years, the younger generation are beginning to see the difference. And we want to be the difference maker. I want to be the difference maker. And here's what I mean by that. What I say on my show are things that are guided by principles, are things that are supported by integrity, are things that are driven by moral value. Those are things that I say on my show here. But because our country from 1847 up to 2016 has never been able to provide ethics, moral that build an integrity for us as a country and people, since 2018, when I started to use the measure of standards that encompasses loyalty, that surpasses party connection, it is a challenge. It is a challenge, and a very big challenge, because Liberians are not used to what you and I have been going through in the Americas, especially in the United States, where things must be done based on standard of work, where your character should represent who you are in the eyes of the public, and you should discuss things based on the substance and the content and not on loyalty. Those are things that the J. Randy Show continue to inject into our body politics through Facebook that provide a bigger platform. So it gave many Liberians the opportunity, Liberians from the pioneer generation, Liberians from the Generation X, Liberians from the millennial generation, now the Generation X and Y. It gave every generation the opportunity on Facebook to see, hear, and understand what J. Randy has been all about. They all listen. They all stop by and listen. But the only thing that they don't want to convince themselves is whether they want to accept what they appreciate in other people's country, whether they are willing to accept it in Liberia. That is the disconnect right there. Liberians will leave from Liberia. They will claim to live in hardship. They will feel that they have been disenchanted, disenfranchised. So when they come to the white man land, and the white men try to give them that same opportunity that they felt they were disenchanted of in their country, they appreciate that. But then when someone like us who believe that the equality that they are attempting to achieve in other countries, it is not only restricted in the country that they found themselves, but it can also be applied into Liberia. Those very Liberians who felt that they were disenchanted by one government to another, but came abroad and began to see some level of equity and equality, when you start to preach that same mindset to the audience that are back home, those very Liberians who believe that they were disenchanted, guess what? They will be the opposition to what you are saying. And that is happening right on Facebook. every Liberian that you find in America, they will tell you their story from back home. And they will also tell you their story in America. But when you listen to their story from back home, how sad it was, and when you listen to their story from America, how the system here make them to be who they are, you will imagine that they will join you and say, you know what, you're right. We were taken advantage of because there were few people who felt that they had power, and because of that power, they decided not to listen to us. They went right ahead continuously to disproportionately and ill-treat us. So I'm going to join you to preach the message. They can't do that. And this is where I believe that only the Alpha generation will be the one, will do the right thing. Yes, will be the one to do the right thing. And that is why I strongly believe that the Alpha generation is the generation that will take Liberia to a better place. The Alpha generation is the generation that came on the face of the planet since 2013. Their generation production will end by 2025. So those who were born in 2013 and those that will be born by the end of 2025, they are considered to be the Alpha generation. The 2013 born will be the leader of that generation. They will be the one that will take Liberia to a better place. Because by the year 2033, the Alpha generation, that is the head of the generation, will be around 20 years old. By then, many things will change in Liberia. It will not be Liberians that will change it. It will be the technology that will change it. Just how you see today Facebook came, and today many Liberians now can sit anywhere in the country, share their video with us. We can sit anywhere in the world and share our video with them. That is the eye-opener. That is the new direction of our country. So whether somebody live in America here who came here and said, oh, nobody gave us the opportunity back home, yet they continue to back the wrong, that generation will begin to see how disappointing they are and how deceitful they are, and they will not trust them. News break: Senator Dianne Feinstein died at 90 years old. If you live in California, the longest serving Senator Dianne Feinstein just died. It just popped up on my screen. I'm breaking that news as well. So Dianne Feinstein, one of the longest serving senator, died at the age of 90. May her soul rest in peace. That is another generation that is also going and leaving the face of the planet. All right. So it is sad for the people of California because she did extremely well in representing them. But detail will be following on the local news in your state, in your community, and on the news network. But the J. Randy Show is also presenting that here. All right, so let's move on. Speaking about generation. So we have done extremely well on the platform. And I want you guys to understand that we have done well. From the government of George Weah to the official in the George Weah government to Liberians in the opposition, they know that what J. Randy continued to say on the platform is nothing but the truth. But accepting the applicability of what J. Randy is saying is the challenge. It's the challenge. You see, you can go to church, for example, you listen to the pastor preach. You can go to the mosque and listen to the imam preach. The difficult thing there is, whatever he or she is preaching, are you ready to apply that into your life? Everything that J. Randy said on his show, they are true. They works. Liberians in America will understand when we talk about standard of work, when we talk about transparency. Liberians who are in the opposition, they understand. They know that what J. Randy is saying is true. But the challenge that they are struggling with is, are they ready and willing to say that to their political leaders? Are they willing on their platform to say that to their people? Those are the challenges that they are faced with right now, and that is why they are not ready for a change. But we on the platform, we will continue to push for that change. So let us continue to do what we do best. Let us continue to stand and believe in what we have been doing here. Because in the end, we will be considered as the grand poobah of transparency in Liberia. We are going to be afraid of nobody, and we are going to go beyond where no man, no woman from Liberia on their platform has gone before. We will say things that no man, no woman on his or her platform is willing or have never said. We will say those things here. We will be very honest on the platform here. We are just starting. We haven't gone anywhere far yet. After this election, we will continue to be the one to preach the message to our people. What we want to establish here is for the aging generation to be able to understand their failures, their refusal, and that the incoming generation will be able to see why and understand why they did not accept the change that we are talking about. So as the Asian generation is fading down and the new generation is beginning to blossom, I want for them to be able to see the difference, to understand that this country called Liberia has been lagging and lagging behind for a very long period of time because people have not been able to establish a standard, an agenda that will benefit everybody from one generation to another. Today, Senator Dianne Feinstein is dead and gone. She spent 90 years on the face of the planet. But there are many people from California today, young, old, will remember what she did when she represented that state for a very long period of time. You're going to listen when they're about to read her eulogy. You will listen to the news media, and they're going to tell you when she came to power, what was the challenges she faced, how she unpacked the challenges, and what can the young generation take away from what she had gone through. When people live a life representing the people, when you die, you don't need to speak for yourself. Your record will speak for itself. Those who benefited will speak for you. Those who challenge you to do the right thing will be the one to come out and say, you know what? I may have been a media tycoon. I may have been a media guru. But this person, while they were in active public service, they were not just stubborn to doing things that pleased their party or themselves or their supporters. We challenged them to the core, and they did things that everyone appreciate. I was just checking something right now. So with that being said, and not to waste your time because we need to get out of here by 9:30, 9:35 or 45, I want to begin the conversation this morning to say that I'm very disappointed in Joseph Boakai. I am very, very disappointed in Joseph Boakai. Yes, I am very, very disappointed in Joseph Boakai. If you look at Senator Dianne Feinstein, who died today at the age of 90 years old, she is from the pioneer generation of Joseph Boakai, except that they are from different geographic. Remember what I'm saying about the generation, the Alpha generation? The Alpha generation is the generation that started coming to the planet called Earth from 2013. And their generation line will end in 2025. Dianne Feinstein she was 90 years old. Joseph Boakai, I believe, is 78 years old. So let's say Dianne Feinstein was the head of the pioneer generation. Joseph Boakai is within our range. I hope you understand what I'm saying here. So the pioneer generation in Liberia that we can mark from the 1930s to 1964. That's the pioneer generation. Those that were born from 1930 to 1964, those are the pioneer generation in our country. As we mark the different generation, Joe Boakai is within that generation. And I will say this, that generation, the last born of that generation, is like somebody tell you, say, the 2025 generation, the last born of that generation is 1964. And by the year 2030, those who are 64-year-old will be around 66. They will only get 4 more years to be 70 years old. By the year 2030, it will be very difficult for people in our age range to run for the presidency in our country. Because by the year 2030, the Liberian generation will be so surplus in the age range of 18, perhaps to 30. And they will not be looking at anyone who is in a 66 going to 70 years old to be their leader. That's not going to happen. And by the time we reach 2040, the pioneer generation will be gone. Completely gone. The generation that might be leading will be the generation between 1965 to 1980. Those are the generation that will be in their prime. And they will have to rough arm with the millennial generation in terms of leadership in our country. The time is coming. So this election is not only historical as part of our democratic process. From what I know, with a limited population of our people, especially the generation, the pioneer generation, this election is historical, or it is a historical election, because Joseph Boakai, after Ellen, might be the last generation to be in any political race. Cummings is not going to go anywhere. By 2039, by 2029, let nobody fool anybody here. What we're about to experience from 2024 to 2029 is going to be a game changer. It's going to be an eye-opener. Things going to change significantly. From the Western world on the continent of Africa, things going to change. So the remaining or the remnant of the pioneer generation, let them not fool themselves thinking about 2029, they're going to stand a better chance. No, it's going to be difficult for them. If coming try to rerun, it will be difficult. For Joseph Boakai, after 2023 election, Joe Boakai is done. After 2023 election, Joe Boakai is done. If you don't know it, I will tell you. By 2029 or by 2030, Joe Boakai may be about 88 years old. He's going to be very insignificant. It's going to be very insignificant. So this election is very historical in that Joe Boakai is staring at a defeat, and Joe Boakai is going to sadly retire, accomplishing nothing. Accomplishing nothing. But what do we learn from this? What can we learn from this? I think one of the lessons learned here, or learned lesson here, is we should learn to do the right things in the right way for all the right reasons. So that when we retire or when we die, the incoming generation will the incoming generation will remember us based on the works that we did. And the time we spent on earth will be something that our family member will have to remember us by. Joseph Boakai has been a total failure. He has been about himself. He never cared to help any other people but himself. Some of those behavior are things that he was born with naturally. And some or the rest are things that he inherited. And the third one are things that he was not willing to accept. You see, Joseph Boakai has been a man that was born with some type of attraction. Every position that Joseph Boakai served, those positions were given to Joe Boakai based on the gift that God gave to him when he came on the face of the planet. And that's why you find out that Joe Boakai will tell you that, oh, Joe appointed me, Tobo appointed me, Ellen called me. Those were all gifts that God gave to Joe Boakai. That was a natural gift. But when you see that Joe Boakai did not perform in none of those roles, it tells you that Joe Boakai, aside from the gift that God gave him, he decided to be a very mean and selfish person, not wanting to share. He also grew up with not having a sharp understanding of things. And he was not willing, or he hasn't been willing to share ideas with people. You see, when God gave you gift, it is up to you to ask yourself, how can I be successful with this gift? What can I do to be successful with this gift? You will take your gift and expand it across the world. If you are an inventor, if you are a leader, you will try to lead your people in a positive way that they will benefit from your gift. The gift that Joe Boakai has or was given by God, every position that Joe Boakai served, he did not give other people the opportunity. He disappointed them. Those who appointed him, he disappointed them. Not only did he disappoint them, he came on different radio stations and lied on them, saying that due to political reason, that's why they were fired. But what I want you to understand, was he appointed based on political reason? Why would Joe Boakai always tell you the end of the story, but he cannot tell you the beginning of the story? When Joe Boakai got hired, did he tell you, oh, I was hired for political reason? Because to every how do you call it, action, there is an opposite and equal reaction, right? So if Joe Boakai tells you that don't fire him for political reason, let's look at the opposite side of that. And the question for that opposite side is, how were you hired? Were you hired based on politics? Because you remember, he was appointed. And when somebody appoints you, it's like they basically hiring you. But you see, Joe Boakai, with all the opportunity that the past leader gave him, he turned those people goodwill towards him as a very bad thing they did to him. And that is the dishonesty of Joe Boakai. That is one of the bad character of Joe Boakai. Joe Boakai did not tell you, say, oh, when the people came to power, they fire me. No. When Joseph Boakai was manager at LPMC from 1973 to 1980, Doe took over. Have you ever heard Joe Boakai or anybody saying when Doe came, he fired Boakai? No. Doe kept Boakai in that position. That was Boakai's blessing. Because many people were killed, some of them ran away. But Doe kept Joe Boakai in that position. And as Doe was trying to manage his government, guess what Doe did for Joe Boakai again? Doe told Joe Boakai, I am going to make you a director here. And as you know, Joe Boakai rose from being a manager to a director at the same LPMC. So that was an opportunity. I believe that he worked his way up to today when he went to that woman after he got that news and went home. And look at his way and said, Katumu, God is not sleeping. And the woman was like, what happened? Well, Joe just elevated me from a manager to a director of LPMC. And I remember, and I can still feel that when that woman got that news, she was happy beyond the angel in heaven. But there are two things I want you to think about. There are two things I want you to think about. One, when Joseph Boakai got that elevation and went home and told his family, why Joseph Boakai cannot come on any platform and say, you see, when Joe took over, Joe promoted me. Why Joe Boakai cannot come out? The second question is, after Joe elevated him, why Joe Boakai is saying that he was fired for political reason? I want you to, for Joe Boakai to explain it too. But guess what? I think I went ahead of myself with that question. But now that you know the question, let's go to the next step. Joe again did not give up on Joe Boakai. Joe Boakai served from 1980 to 1982 in a very role as director of LPMC. And guess what happened? Joe came back again for Joe Boakai and said, Joe, guess what? I'm taking you from here. Am I fired, sir? No, Joe, you're not fired. I am carrying you to Ministry of Agriculture. And then Joe went back home again and said, hey, Katumu, that man they call Joe, I think that man here, he means something for me. Oh. What happened again, Joe? Listen to the radio, Katumu. And the news was read that Joe Boakai is now the new Minister of Agriculture. And it was under the same Samuel Kanyadu administration. But today, Joe Boakai will sit on other platform and start to ridicule Samuel Kanyadu. That don't fire him for political reason. That don't fire him for political reason. But my question here to you is, when Joe was elevating Joe Boakai, did he elevate him based on his experience? Or did he feel the need that I think the man had been disenchanted by the Congo government? Let me give him the opportunity. Let him prove to me that he can do more than what the people were restricting him from doing. And only to find out that Joe Boakai today will look at Joe and say they fired him for political reason. But the question here is, all the promotion that Joe gave you, what has Joe Boakai told you guys that he was doing and Joe did not like and fire him? Joe Boakai had not given one reason on something that he was doing. And Joe brought Joe Boakai to be the Minister of Agriculture, to work with the Food and Agriculture Organization under the UN, to manage the the Agriculture and Cooperative Development Bank, the ACDB, that was wholly owned by the Liberian government to assist farmers with financial needs. And then the very LPMC was also under Joe Boakai, including the carry. And those said, these are all the opportunities, Joseph Boakai, that I am entrusting with you. My green revolution is more focused on agriculture. That's all I want to, Joe Boakai. And Joe Boakai took charge of that position. And what did Joe Boakai do? Let's assume and say, let's accept what Joe Boakai say. that don't fight for political reason. For the sake of Joe Boakai getting the benefit of that reason, let's accept it for now. But what we want to challenge is to say, Joe, we agree, for the sake of the conversation, that don't fight for political reason. Now, can you tell us what were the plan that you had in place to show that the road that Joe gave you, that these are the things that you're trying to do to actually achieve Joe Doe Green Revolution, and he disagreed with you on that? Where are those things? Joseph Boakai cannot tell you. That is why you see when Joseph Boakai is out there talking politics, and you know that Joe Boakai served in various positions, why you think Joe Boakai cannot come out and tell you guys what he did in each role that was given to him by Tobo, by Doe? Why you think Joe Boakai cannot come and talk about those things? His successful story. Which one you guys listen to me here right now? Started with a company, started a job as maybe just the beginning of that job. And then after 5-6 years, you find yourself at a different level today. And you go apply for a new job. And somebody asks you, well, I see you got from this year to this year, you're in a position, to the other in a position. Can you tell me how you managed to get all those success promotion? And he said, oh, the company let me go because I'm black, or I'm not white. But your resume is telling us here. Joe Boakai told us that he has 45 years of public service experience. And documents out there show that Joe Boakai was promoted to managing director by Doe. He was also elevated to Minister of Agriculture. Those evidence are out there. Those records are out there. But what Joe Boakai failed to tell you is what success did he bring into a position that people can come and tell his story, that he can come and tell his story. Doe did it, Toba did his part, he appointed him. Doe did his part, not only did he appoint him, he elevated him. But what about Joe Boakai bargaining? What about his responsibility? What about his expectation? Why isn't he saying those things? George Weah was taken from Liberia and to Cameroon to play for Tunnel. Whoever went out there and recruited George Weah, they did their part. But what was George Weah part of the role after he was acquired to go and play in Cameroon? Well, he did well. And what did the Cameroon people do? The people from France came and they got George Weah, they elevated George Weah. They elevated George Weah. Gerhard George Weah was playing for the Invisible 11, play for Barrow, play for Lone Star. Promotion, right? Promotion. We're not looking at your career while we're looking at promotion. We're looking at promotion and what you did in that promotion. So let nobody come and say, oh, you comparing football with public service. No, I'm talking about promotion. So let's limit it on promotion. Joe Boakai was given the position as manager for LPMC. From playing for Young Survivor, a Rantan club in Clarendon, George Weah was elevated to a division level, 4th division, Barrow RE, and then he went to play for the national team. He let somebody like Joe Boakai now, leaving from manager to a director. After we have moved to Cameroon, it was like Doe taking Joe Boakai from being a manager to a director. George Weah went to Cameroon to play. George Weah will tell you when I was playing for Barrow and I did this. George Weah will tell you when I went to Cameroon, I did this. And people admire it, and I got promoted and went to play in France. It was the performance, the promotion, the expectation of that promotion is performance. And the more you perform, the more you go. How many of you got today working in the country here where your supervisor, your manager will call you and say, hey, you did well to go down. Guess what? We're going to increase your pay. Your pay will be increased based on your what? Your performance. Your performance are the expectation of that role you find yourself in. how well you are able to meet the goal of the company by doing your part. When Joe we are playing for Barrow, i.e. Lone Star, there were expectations that Lone Star will win games. When Joe we are went to Tonnerre to play in Cameroon, there were expectations that Tonnerre to win games. When George Weah went to Monaco, there were expectations in Europe that they might win games. When George Weah left and got promoted to PSG, there were expectations that they might win games. When George Weah left and went to AC Milan, there were expectations that they might win games. And that is why today the world recognized him as the first African Ballon d'Or, because everyone saw his performance on the field. Let's come to Joe Boakai, public service. 45 years in office. Doe elevated him from manager to director. What happened to his performance record? Why isn't he talking about his performance? Doe took him and made him agriculture minister. Why did he get fired? Is it because of lack of performance and expectation? Is that why Doe fired him? Why Joe Boakai cannot come and tell us? But we know the record that Joe Boakai was promoted from manager to director, from director to minister on a Doe. One man gave Joe Boakai double promotion. But what can Joe Boakai come and tell us about his performance record? You see the two comparisons I gave you here? It's all about performance. Which one of you right now, you serving as maybe a line leader or a captain on your job site, and then they took you to be supervisor, and then after 1 or 2 years they take you to make you manager, and then in that manager role they fire you? It was because of lack of performance. Joseph Boakai, of everything I just told you here, when you come to Eliyahu, when you come to Amos Sawyer here, let's deal with Doe. Because Doe gave Joe Boakai 2 promotions. And that's something that Joe Boakai should be proud of today. Just when Joe Weah get ready and say, when I play for I play for Barrow, I play for Lunza, we did this. When I went to Cameroon, we did this. All those things were happening in the 80s. While Joe Weah was getting his performance into history, Joe Boakai was also getting his performance into history. But today, Joe Weah will tell you, say, when I got on any team, the coach always overlooked me. I was always on the sub bench. But what happened when they brought me on the field? I would perform. And that's how he win most of the hearts of the coaches that came across him. But Joe Boakai, on the other hand, was never on the sub bench. In fact, Joe Boakai was always the listing first 11. When Doe went straight for Joe Boakai and said, look, Joe, I know these Congo people on the 2-week party kept you in the place here and did not even elevate the institution here. I'm going to elevate the institution, and I'm also going to make you director. And he said, you know what, Joe? I'm going to make you agriculture minister. And here are all the responsibility. And then Joe Boakai will come back and can't tell you, say, Doe fired for political reason. A man who was in the 8th grade, that did not understand what it means to be in 9th grade, that did not graduate from high school. If a man can figure out that Joe Boakai is incompetent and fire Joe Boakai, you're the young generation today. Some of you got finished with high school. Some of you got in college. Some of you got finished with college. And you're there, you're running behind Joe Boakai. That means that 8th grade education back then is better than the PhD that some of you guys got running behind Joe Boakai today. Because here's the thing. Joe Boakai had never gone back to the classroom since he got into public service. Whatever Joe Boakai inherited and failed to achieve, they are still with him. Nothing has changed. Nothing has changed. And it is even getting worse. Because after sitting down for 6 years, Joe Boakai is in the hospital. He's coming here. He's taking medication. Joe Boakai is worse Now, but that's the man that will come on a platform and tell you, say, don't fire me for political reason. But he cannot tell you why do hire him for and what will do expectation. You see, Joe Boakai is a man who will throw blame. He never ever take responsibility for his failure. Someone like that, you should be very careful in working along with that person. Just last week and this week, we all were asked throughout the entire company. We were giving questions. They gave us a sheet that talk about how can I be a good leader? Well, I'm going to take responsibility for my failures. Then they ask you yes or no. You check that yes. I'm going to ensure that I build a teamwork. Yes. Then they change that they brought in we. We must ensure that we all accept our failures. Yes. But in the mind and in the universe of Joseph Boakai, he does not believe that there should be a time where he does not do the right thing and he should hold himself accountable. He would rather throw blame. So what I want to leave, what I want you guys to understand here as we leave the Joe Boakai and those scenario, though elevated Joe Boakai with multiple positions, why Joe Boakai will blame Doe for firing for political reason, but Joe Boakai cannot explain what plan and action were he trying to put into place that made Doe to fire him for political reason. Let me give you the answer. There was nothing. Joe Boakai became very incompetent. That's why Doe fired him. But he's not willing to accept that accountability to let the Liberian people know. Amos Sawyer came, appointed him as managing director. There were expectations on the job. What Joe Boakai said, Amos Sawyer called him because there were people behind Amos Sawyer to get rid of him. And they remove him. You see, when you look at Mary Bro, when Ellen sent Mary Bro to the passport division, many people saw her works. The Bible says, let your light so shine before men that they may see your good work. In the professional world, we say, perform so that you can bring about changes, so that the people can see your changes. Joe Boakai did not perform in a role. And then he said, Amos Sawyer let him go because people were behind. An interim president appointed you to LPRC. Now, Joe Boakai became vice president to Ellen for 12 years. The 29th vice president who provided oversight 2 days in a week over the Senate. And those senators then signed different concession deals that we are yet to see in the future. What's all that, Gus? That we are yet to see in the future. But when Joe Boakai is talking, he don't want to tell you about what he and Ellen did. Government accomplishment, government achievement. Joe Boakai is not able to tell you what he and Ellen did through their policy for each ministry and agency and what direction they were taking our people through the agency and ministry and where they left the country in terms of statistics. But Joe Boakai will turn around and tell you that, oh, children in the street, they call people salary, they did this. Okay, Joe Boakai, throw the blame on us. Let's accept it, Joe. But would you mind telling us the salary structure of you and Ellie for 12 years? Can you tell us? If people were sending their children abroad, and he said that the government officials today are sending their children abroad. Joe, can you tell us how many children locally that were in the government that went to school in Liberia? Where are those statistics? For every action, there is an opposite and equal reaction, right? when you try to pinpoint at things that did not do, how do you balance out those things out? Joe Boakai sat there and provided oversight where 66 bogus deals were signed during his early administration. When Joe Boakai come to speak to the people, his follower, Joe Boakai cannot get up and say, you see, look, aside from our executive policy, we also work with the national legislature, and that is called legislative accomplishment. Joe Boakai should be able to stand over there and say, look, for 12 years, here are some of the legislative accomplishments that we got by working with the House, that include the Senate and the Representative. Our legislative achievement, X, Y, and Z. When you listen to George Weah, he said, I was able to ensure that you got dual citizenship. You know how that is called? It is George Weah legislative agenda that have been accomplished, because the House went and rectified that opportunity. While many Liberians don't really align with it, at least it opened up a door for more improvement. So today, Mr. Weah can say, you know what, aside from my policy of being hospital, being roads, guess what? I walked across the executive mansion, I went to the national legislature. And what did we do? We put in place this outstanding, outdated discrimination from born Liberians that they cannot own any property if they become citizens. I work and twist arm with the House, and we managed to pass a dual citizenship bill. That is Weah legislative agenda accomplishment. But remember, Joe Boakai and Ellen signed 66 book deal. Why Joe Boakai cannot come and talk about the sources of those things? You see, my friend, the whole conversation is bringing us right back to where we started. That there are some Liberians who come to this country, and upon arriving here, they tell people that in a country I come from called Liberia, the leader there, they did bad thing to us. And the people say, well, we can give you guys the opportunity here. And many of us benefit from the opportunity here. But for some of them to look at Joe Boakai and say, Joe, to be honest with you, you were there with Ellen for 12 years. You didn't do well. We don't think you can be the best candidate to represent the Unity Party. No. The very people who came and told you and other people that they were disenfranchised, disenchanted, proportionally, those are the same people today telling that Joe Boakai is the next president, Joe Boakai is this. But the records are there for them to see. So there are two things happening in the Unity Party. From the leadership level, Joe Boakai is not honest to tell you about his poor performance. Instead, he blaming people in the past. The second part is those who supporting Joe Boakai. They know that what Joe Boakai never achieved, he will not be able to achieve it. But they are not willing to tell Joe Boakai the truth. So where is the Unity Party today? You see, another character of Joe Boakai is being a crook. This man went and sold a $6 billion good to a Fuller businessman. And we all say Joe Boakai is a crook. But tonight, around 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, do you know that Joe Boakai is also a Casanova? Do you know that Joe Boakai is also a Casanova? You go and define the word Casanova. I think it is spelled C-A-S-A-N-O-V-O or V-A. Casanova or VOA, something like that. All right? Go and define that word Casanova. I think it's C-A-S-A-N-V-A. Casanova. Do you know that Joe Boakai is a Casanova? Join me this evening and let's discuss it. You will be very, very disgusted. You will be very, very embarrassed. You are dealing with a man that has no moral value. Not only is Joe Boakai incompetent, Not only is Joe Boakai not disciplined, he lack of a performance, got no goals. Joe Boakai is also a social crosser. And the better word to describe that is he is a Casanova. Shout out to the people of Nima County, my place of birth. And for most of you guys, I don't know, I was born in Nima County. When I saw the young people of Nima County yesterday, I was like, yes, the young population, they are ready to take their county in their own hands. Thank God to them. The people of Nima County will forever remember George Weah because it was where the war was launched. And it was that very era that George Weah took some kids and displaced them in Hollywood and showed to the people that the war can come to an end. So whenever George Weah returned to Nima County, the question I want young people and other people that are supporting Unity Party, why is it that Prince Johnson was not honored in Hollywood or anywhere in the world as someone who brought peace? But it was George Weah. All those who came with the war, there you go there, Leon Harris. I knew there was a VA to A. Casanova. Thank you very much, Leon Harris. That's it right there. Casanova. That's who Joe Boakai is. Take that word and define it because we'll be coming up to discuss that. So I would like to say shout out, or I would like to give this shout out to the people of Nima County. This year, they are going to put Prince Johnson to shame. The young people of Nima County do not allow Prince Johnson to define your future. He does not negotiate on your behalf. Prince Johnson always negotiates on his own behalf. The greatest strength of the people of Nima County is to negotiate on behalf of the young people. The weakness of the people of Nima County is to put somebody like Prince Johnson who negotiates on his own. If Prince Johnson goes into negotiation, he does not carry the people of Nima County. He carries himself. That is out of my way or no way. And that's what he had done to the people of Nima County. But when George Weah go down there to negotiate, when George Weah went to the UN to negotiate, George Weah did not say, you know what, I want to negotiate for Prince Johnson and the other warlord. No. George Weah, when he was asked to be the UN peace ambassador, he said it for the children. And when you listen to George Weah giving a message in Los Angeles, he didn't say for Prince Johnson. He didn't say for Prince Johnson. He didn't say for Ellen. He said, I want the war to end and let it be there for the children. That's what he said. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's Friday. Again, we want to extend our heartfelt condolences to Senator Dianne Feinstein. May her soul rest in peace. That the Bible says she fought a good fight on the face of the planet. But now she's going to rest. She did her part. The question here is, we all know that Joe Boakai had messed up. But what is Joe Boakai planning on doing now? When he's not being honest. Joseph Boakai had demonstrated to the people of Liberia, both the aging and the incoming generation, and he is a man that never accepts his wrongdoing. Joe Boakai wants you to remember him as someone who always throws blames and never ever hold himself accountable. That's who Joe Boakai is. But one day, the book will be written, as we continue to explain it here, that Joe Boakai was given opportunity. We will talk about Joe Boakai and Ellen today, but I want to leave you with this. I already gave you some hint about that. Joseph Boakai, as president of the Senate, he presided over plenary. He was there to represent Ellen Johnson Sirleaf, Unity Party. Because in the House of Representatives or the legislative branch, there are opposition and imposition. They are all there. And Joe Boakai's role is to clearly look at what are things that will benefit the Ellen administration and what are the things that will not benefit. And in that, he reports to the president and inform the president, and the president will be able to gather together her senator and her representative to say, don't support that. Don't support this. Senator Dianne Feinstein that is dead and gone today, when she was in the Senate, those are things she did on behalf of the Democratic leadership. Kamala Harris is over there today. Mike Pence was there the other day. Dick Cheney was there the other time. Joe Biden was there the other time. They all did things that benefited the party. Joe Boakai sat over there and 66 Booker deal was signed. As we told you, and we have been explaining all these things, you will know, and you will know that recently, and we'll play that video for you guys tonight, Tewo Gongolo was able to tap into what we have been explaining to the Liberian people. And he took his time explaining the role of Joseph Boakai. Why you think Tewo Gongolo never explained nothing long time ago? Because the information was not presented to Tewo Gongolo. But after we have been giving you a breakdown on Joe Boakai performance, disproving that he was never part as an OCA, Tewo Gongolo saw what we did. And then what he did, he used the Constitution. That's what we call the applicability. He applied what Joe Boakai function has been through our presentation. And he said, wow, I didn't know this. And that's why and how Tewo Gongolo came out and started to explain the role of Joseph Boakai. My fellow Liberians watching me here, we may not have the biggest number here because we are a classroom size. We are a place where people come and learn and go out there and apply. And we will know when you sit in a classroom, when you see somebody saying something, just remember, ask yourself the following question. Why the idea never came out from the person? Why now? Secondly, also say, but these are things that were never said before. Why are people saying it now? You see, when you don't know anything, like brother men say, it's bigger than you. If you haven't learned anything, you will not know how to use it. When we come here and begin to expose things by giving you clear documentation that support that, people will come and learn. And when you learn, what do you do with what you learn? You go out there and become a teacher. So when you see Tewo Gongolo sharing information, you will be able. Now, when it comes to Joe Boakai, we have told you guys that Joe Boakai is a very dishonest man. He's a very tribalistic man. Joe Boakai does not believe that people should improve. Joe Boakai does not believe that people need to grow and be able to expand their knowledge. Join me this evening. You will be amazed. When I'm done with tonight's presentation, you'll be asking yourself, what next that Joe Boakai has in his closet that we don't know about? Car, shut up, man, car. You all the sensor being around the car there. By the time you part to lay something, beep, 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 beep. By the time other car coming, beep, beep, beep. When they say walking behind you, beep, 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 beep. I am tired. I wish I know how to turn some of the button off here because the car got too much sensitive feature. Even at that, when you go to the insurance company, they say, oh, your insurance still go ahead. Man, let's go here, yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys so much for the opportunity. Don't forget to share this video. Share the video. What happened to my sister Vivian? The video? I don't see Vivian again. Oh my Lord. Vivian, have you fallen off the grave again? Vivian, have you fallen off the grave or have you fallen off the grave? Call me, Vivian. We need to talk. Until then, thank you guys so much. Emily, thank you so much for everything you do. Thank you. All right. Thank you for everything you did in the past and you continue to do for us. Guys, please don't forget to support the platform. I don't know why you guys don't want to support the platform. I don't understand. Maybe by God's grace, by 2029, I will support a political party. And I will see the wrong, and I will be the U.S. police. I will see them do the wrong thing. I will say that's the right thing for me to do. Because some of you guys here I'm doing my best, and nobody, I said nobody, want to even contribute except for few people here. And I want to thank them. Some of you guys, be in the middle, be in the middle, be in the middle. Y'all have given me the opportunity. I'm not a Joe Boakai. I am doing what I was asked to do. Y'all promoted me and said, Mama, yeah, be in the middle. I am in the middle. I'm saying the truth. And nobody care to support me. Now you see why your brother and sister then, they can see the wrong and they still support it. Because they know that not many of us want to be in the middle. So I'm learning from you guys now. So by God's grace, when we go to another election, don't be surprised if I take a side. Because this video that I'm appealing to you guys will be the reason that I will use as my decision to support a party with all no string attached. You guys put me up to the tax, I'm performing the tax, but you guys are not willing to throw your support, except for few. I leave that with your conscience. Bye to everyone.
Okay.
I want to ask you a question. What is the vision you have over the period of 12 years under the stewardship of Madam Sadiq? That he could not deliver, that he wanted to deliver this time around.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, medicine, let's take this according to the line. Hello? Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So thank you very much for having the former vice president in studio, because some of us, we would think that this former vice president is just being used to support the European project. My name is Spirit, and I'm coming at home from a resident here with Bypass. So I just want the former vice president to speak to two issues. But no, the first issue is this issue for the block voting in the European party. I think
Okay, we can be not getting that call. Let's take this one. Yes, let's hear from you.
So can you hear it?
Yeah.
Can you hear it?
Okay, let's take this call on the line quickly. Hello? 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 Oh, we can continue with this one. Yes, go ahead quickly. I don't know where you're calling from.
Yeah, my name is John Doe from the County of Gambasa County.
Okay.
Yes, I want to ask a question. You asked the critical question, and he answered it, and he said for his end, he feels that relationship between him and Sadiq is okay. And I want to know what his relationship now in terms of working, in terms of after the presidency that both of them left, the relationship between he and the former president Madam Sadiq, because rumors have been around that they are not in good relationship. Finally, if the CPP primary, if you have to win the CPP primary, what are you still making to support the winner? Thank you very much.
Many thanks. Let's take this call on the line. Hello? 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 Okay, it seems that we're not getting on this line. Let's just take this line. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, your name and where you calling from?
Thank you so much for having me. And let me appreciate the former vice president in studio. My name is Christian Yanti, and I joined the conversation from the offices of the Intellectual Alliance of Liberia along the Japan Freeway. You know, now listen to the vice president, the former vice president, but I think it is unfortunate because it's a person who served for the 2 years approximately in government and relying on government, who even told us now he fooled somebody by breaking a code and fed that code with salt water to make the go fast. That's corruption in the first place. But I think the vice president did not say anything for which Liberians should repose their confidence in him to serve leadership. And I want to end up on this note to ask him now whether he still maintains his word that the United Party leadership misused that and there's one opportunity and misused that. I want the former vice president to answer that. Why he still maintaining your words on that?
Okay, let's take this call on the line. Hello? Okay.
Yes, I just got one question to ask our former vice president. Honorable vice president, you served 12 years in Malawi government, and also you have been working in government for 42 years plus now. Is it right to become president before you be
Okay. That's my question. Okay. You respond to your question. He's taking it up, so I'm sure you respond to your question. Hello?
Good evening.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. I'd like to salute His Excellency, the former Vice President. My name is David Chie, and I called this evening from District 6 in Montserrat. I think the former Vice President has admittedly sold himself, as always. But one thing that keeps baffling me is the fact that people continue to say that in the CPP, Cummings is the problem why the CPP should not hold or will not hold. But this evening, on this interview, the former Vice President has also openly said that he will not settle for anything other than the presidency or the scepter bearership of the CPP. And this is the same thing that Cummings has been saying. So I don't understand when people try to say that Cummings is the problem. But my specific question to him this evening, you know, in the recent days, we started to hear about this thing called block voting. At first, there was the voter perception survey, the BPS. I want to admonish him because throughout the ages, all over people go to any race or any election observing electoral and democratic process. If you are very sure and confident that those people who are there, you are loyal. If you are very sure and confident that those people who are there, you understand and cherish your dream and philosophy, I think you should send your delegates to unparalleled waiting to be allowed to vote. Rather than to say that you begin over block voting. I think that alone will cause division and it is offensive for chaos.
Okay, I'm sure you make a point over there. Hello?
Hello, my name is Ambassador S. Christopher T. I'm from GSO.
Okay, let's hear from you, sir.
Well, good evening, Mr. Former Vice President. I want to say this to you. Not a question, but I want to say this to you. The people who pushing you for this presidency are who you have no for you. You have served your country for 42 unbroken years in government. I think this is the time you said you play because of the vital role to government, president, and government to come. Don't allow those people to push you that in return will become a last stop. Thank you, and I appreciate your experience on the radio board. 2023 election is not done.
Okay. Let's take this call on the line quickly. You already know where you're calling from? Hello? Yes, sir.
Mr. President, we have been on to former Vice President Joseph Boakai. I am Emmanuel P. Bologi, and I serve for the headquarters of the Veterans CEO on the President having the interim committee. Well, I listened to Ambassador Joseph Boakai, and I think he spoke well. And I agree with him when he talked about there are some other challenges of the government, and he believes that it is normal to any other government in the country. But on a very serious note, I think one of the governorship is an opinion. For all indication, Ambassador Joseph Boakai, you have served in government for 40+ years. I think at your age now, it is only prudent that you insist, and then you can serve as an advisor to any other government that will come in the country. So as for this time, for you to see that you are all course you need to be president of our country, I think it's a disservice to the younger generation, and nowadays the generation.
Okay, hello? You made a point already? Hello? Okay, it seems I will take another call on the line. I'm sure we'll take 3 more calls and then we'll open the lines for the leave it for the former Vice President to respond. Yes, so let me know where you're calling from.
Thank you for having me. This is Andrew Moses, and I do join you for the headquarters of the Lesser Alliance of Latino. I got 2 questions for the former Vice President. Honorable Vice President, you said before that you was a red car parked in the garage. But I wanted to understand that you are taking 5,000 homes. So how can a red car be carrying 5,000 homes? Is there not a corruption? And secondly, I want to ask you about your pacemaker. You said to us on the 50/50 talk show that you have a pacemaker. So how do you think you can provide a better leadership for the country with a pacemaker? Thank you.
Okay, so let's take this caller. Let's take this caller quickly, and then we'll go back to the former Vice President. You know where you're calling from? Yes, I'm okay.
Good. Yes, Father, let me say thank you for
Hello?
for sure. I think I have a question for Vice President. Yes.
Yes, go ahead quickly.
Yes, let me say thank you for sure. I want to appreciate you and say hi to Vice President Boakai. The best thing we can say to General Boakai is that people and I have one question for you.
Okay, many things. Let me take this last caller quickly. Yes, hello? Hello?
Yeah, hello.
Yes, go ahead quickly.
Yeah, I said, I want to ask General Boakai, the former Vice President, why the President did not support your presidency.
Okay, I think that question was asked earlier.
Will suffer directly and indirectly. The fishermen, 11,000 of them. The women who buy the fish, about what, 22,000 of them? That's 33,000 people, right? And then, of course, the entire population that eats fish. We all are going to suffer. And yet, the senators that should be advocating for the Liberian people's interest, where are they? They are all with Joe Boakai. 19 of them are with Joe Boakai. And they're saying, we want the continuation of this. What the president has given up, all of our resources, 66 bad concession agreements. Joe Boakai as head of the Senate, the man who approves the agenda of the Senate. Now, folks, something you all need to know that you don't know. You know who's the head of the Liberian Senate? Joseph Yuma Boakai. You know who approves the agenda for discussion, the things that the Senate does? Joseph Boakai. He approves the Senate's agenda. Everything, all the bad concessions, all the bad government deals that they can do, that can go to the Senate for ratification. Who presides? Joe Boakai. Who approves the agenda? Joe Boakai. He does everything. When I hear some of you say he's an honest old man, he is just as wicked and good for nothing as Aaron. And yet some of you backplay and say you won't vote for him. Liberians will suffer directly and indirectly. The fishermen, 11,000 of them. The women who buy the fish, about what, 22,000 of them? That's 33,000 people, right? And then, of course, the entire population that eats fish. We all are going to suffer. And yet, the senators that should be advocating for the Liberian people's interest, where are they? They are all with Joe Boakai.
I have no heart surgery. I have no heart disease. And yes, I went to hospital. But I'm very fit.
You want to do your physical, right?
Pardon?
You want to do your physical?
They're a pacemaker.
Yes. Okay.
I did go to a hospital because I found out that there was a lot of pressure beginning with the government, with the campaign and all of that. I did go to a hospital because I found out that there was a lot of pressure beginning with the government. I did go to a hospital because I found out that there was a lot of pressure beginning with the government, with the campaign and all of that. But I'm very fit, very fit, very fit.
is not able to run this country. He's a dead man walking. He's a dead man walking.
The United States has lifted its economic sanctions against Liberia. Liberia's Information Minister Louis Brown says the lifting of the sanctions should inspire confidence that Liberia is a country open and ready for development. In a letter to the Speaker of the U.S. House of Representatives and the President of the Senate, President Barack Obama said Liberia has made advances to promote democracy and the orderly development of its political, administrative, and economic institutions. Obama cited Liberia's 2 consecutive democratic elections, the conviction of former President Charles Taylor, and what he called the diminished ability of those connected to Taylor to undermine Liberia's progress, as well as the lifting of UN assets freeze on Liberia. Now, Liberia's Vice President Joseph Boakai was in Washington this week, where he signed a multi-million-dollar compact. In an in-depth interview with VOA's James Buddy, he talked about the significance of the compact and a host of other issues. VOA's Zoe Ludaki reports.
Vice President Joseph Boakai was part of the delegation that signed a $257 million Millennium Challenge Corporation compact at the U.S. State Department. He said part of the money will be used on infrastructure projects such as electricity and roads, which is key to Liberia's development. He added that the compact is very significant because it is also about
governance. And it does underscore the fact that we are trying to do our best to put the right institutions into place.
Critics, however, expressed doubts that this will solve Liberia's electricity problem that has persisted for decades. Mr. Boakai argues that Liberia's problem did not just start 10 years ago.
We inherited that problem, and it's not that we are not doing anything about it. Just about the time the hydro project was to commence, that's when the Ebola fell, and everybody left the country. There are other facilities put into place, like the HFO machines that are put into place that will be able to provide more than 40 megawatts of electricity. So electricity is on the go.
As Liberia enters a post-Ebola era, Mr. Boakai says care centers are in place to monitor people recovering from the deadly virus.
We are putting into place the infrastructure necessary to contain the situation and also to make sure that Liberians do not go through this, not just for Ebola, but epidemic in general. So the basic infrastructure for the prevention and also the immediate arrest of Ebola and the recoveries, that's what we're doing now.
Boakai stresses that the investment climate in Liberia is gradually starting to recover as the country enters this post-Ebola period.
Liberia had a sizable investment in the country pre to Ebola. Since then, we've seen a lot of these investors coming back in the agriculture sector, the oil palm industry, and the activities have recommenced, and I am aware that in the agriculture and the mining sector, things are going on.
And as the Western African country moves forward, there is a call to limit the length of presidential terms.
I believe Liberians will have to rethink. We are not America. We are not superpower. Liberians and African countries should consider themselves as countries that are still trying to build. Our people need to understand who we are and the challenges we have.
Mr. Boakai explained that rebuilding the country's infrastructure is a lengthy process and one that may often extend beyond a presidential term. The Liberian vice president also announced that he will run for the top seat to succeed President Ellen Johnson Sirleaf during the 2017 presidential elections. He said he is running on Sirleaf government's record that includes peace, infrastructure development, and freedom of the press. This is Zoe Ludaki for Africa 54.
Well, I want to know what you think about Africa 54 and the stories we covered. Join the conversation on Facebook. The address is Africa 54, and check out our headlines 24/7 on voaafrica.com.
Free itself, a society that we think that they will live on lies and deception until want to develop. You can't have such a society. When we were coming up the stairs, you saw somebody holding my hand. You saw me with wheelchair? That's not what the Liberians will live on. The Liberians are not going to live on lies and deceit. The Liberians this time want the truth. Besides you who are here, many of our people left. They are in the diaspora. They all want to come home. We must create a home for them to come to. Over the years, this country has just gone backward and backward and backward. We are here to give you hope. We are here to give you hope in your economy. We are here to make sure that our young people are prepared for a future. We are here for our young women and even the disadvantaged. And we want to see here that no resource of a country is wasted under good leadership. Yeah, Noah gave him. He's physically challenged, but so can any of us be anytime. What makes him different? He speaks the language. He builds the integrity. He is surviving, living, without going around to people with begging. We want to get our disabled off the street and give them big, decent place to be. They are citizens just like any of us. They have parents. They didn't create those circumstances on themselves. A good society must look after everybody. Our children on drugs, we want to tell them they have a future. A reckless society doesn't care for people. They believe it's about themselves. What's happening in this country is that we are looking at the prices of goods, essential commodities, and that's because they put some taxes on them to make them so expensive that people have to go around and beg. This is not a society that we're looking at. We are here to let you know that Liberia needs to move. We have enough resources. People used to respect us. All the cheating, the stealing. How in the world can people stand like this to welcome you in the sun? And all you do for them is to steal from them and leave them miserable. This is what all of us are here to change. We have to make sure that our streets, I can tell you, I will not leave government if this place is not prepared conducively for our children to play. I don't see that. This is the people, the place for the people. If you don't enjoy this in your country, where are you going to enjoy it? If we don't build your lives, who is going to do it? We don't want our people to become refugees because of dissatisfaction. We want them to know that the blessing of this country is for them. And don't take it for play. Don't let anybody fool you. You look young and so you're jumping around. Life is life. Tomorrow you're going to age. What are you going to depend on? Are you going to be prepared to face life just like we did? But you need an honest government. You need a government that understands what they call leadership, a government that is credible, the government that thinks about you even when you're not conscious of what you need. That you need quality education. This morning, a little boy was brought to me, 10 years old. He's in the 8th grade. He made a portrait of me, and you look at it, you can't believe it. The talents are here. What you need is the opportunity to expose them. Our women want to do good business. They don't want to go around begging people. But you can't corner them in a way that they become beggars. They have families to support. They have children to look after. Some of these children are for some of these same people. They don't care for them. So we are here to appeal to you. Put on your thinking cap. This time around, you miss it. You're sorry. Today, you're telling me you're sorry. But, you know, I'm more sorry for you because it is about your future. It's about your parents who cannot earn enough to take care of you. We have had war. Some people left their children with their cousins, with their aunties, and so there are too many. What kind of support do they get to bring those children? So they put them in the street. They send them to sell candies. Is that how you build a society? The society that you are supposed to look after, these people come up to say, we trust you. And all you do is to steal from them. This is going to change. And we can assure you it's going to change. I will be more proud to see people like that young boy for a future. I like to see you people here becoming good electricians, good mechanics, good plumbers to build your country. We don't have to bring people here to do that. That's your job. But to do that, we have to prepare you. Institutions that are supported, teachers that are paid, well-equipped. JFK carried the name of a very prominent American president. Do you think if you really are credible and you go to that family and talk to them about JFK, they will not improve it? But they don't think about these things. All they think about themselves. Who are you? You alone, your happiness doesn't spread to anything. These are the people, and you are the people who want to work for. But to work for you, you have to give up the chance. You have been fooled before. Every human being makes mistakes. I always say, school is different from life. In school, you learn lessons, you take tests. In life, sometimes you take the test before you learn the lesson. You're taking the test now. So you will learn the lesson later. It's a hard lesson, but it has to be learned. But I can tell you, we're not going to allow you to go another 6 years of begging, 6 years of deplorable condition. You go in our communities all dirty. What a decent human being will be happy to see people living in squalor. That we have to change, and we promise you, we don't talk, just talk. We want to make sure that you see a new Liberia, a Liberia that is caring for the elderly, a Liberia that is caring for their children, a Liberia that will create institutions of learning to build Liberian for the future. And that's what we're here to tell you. All our mothers and things, we want to see decent markets. We want to see themselves while they are at the market. Some little training program for them to learn. A well-informed society where people will know their rights. We are not your right. The Constitution gave all of you rights. Every penny in this country belongs to everybody. and how you use it. But we have given chance to people, and we take it that it is there. They must ride the cars, air-conditioned cars, live in good houses, build houses all around. No problem doing that as long as you earn the money correct way. You work hard, you earn it fine, but not public money just for you to squander. I was in government, even as vice president for 6 years. I was making salary far less than legislators. But the legislators are not a country. The country is everyone. And unless, I didn't have to tell you that, the American ambassador tells you, you go to our hospitals, no medicine, so you get sick, who takes care of you? You cannot live this way forever. If you continue to do that, there will be no country. We are here to rescue this country so that we'll make a country for everybody. I want to thank you, God bless you, and rescue remark. When you after 6 years, all you're doing, you're planning how you will cheat. You're planning how to cheat. You think we'll be sitting now and you cheat us? When all of you vote, you will sit down for them to see the vote. I'll leave it with you. Thank you. God bless you.
Supposed to be built here. But then when the processing plant came, when Gaddafi passed, Vice President, had oversight of agriculture. Okay, he kept the processing plant.
Vice President, Ambassador Joseph Boakai.
He kept the processing plant, at the port for 3 years, 10 days. But in a concession agreement, anything that we imported that has to do with the project, that's no tax, is tax exempted. Okay? But he kept the processing plant at the port for 3 years, 10 days. When I go to LA, he said, man, go to Joe. I gave him oversight of agriculture because of your investment. And then when I go to him, he say the Congo people tie his hands. I'm Wendell McIntosh. When you tell me that, it's offensive. Okay, and I know very well that it was.
And you consider that as offensive?
Yes, it's offensive because we're all Liberians. Okay, but don't give me those kind of poor excuses when Ellen gave you had oversight of agriculture. But then all of a sudden, after 3 years, 10 days, something terrible happened.
What was that?
You want me to divulge that? Okay. He crossed the line, social line. Okay, with my family.
Who, he?
Yes. And all of a sudden, the same Congo people, all of a sudden, overnight, they're losing their grip on him. And he signed a document. We released the container, but then we accumulated $650,000, in storage. So, well, to cut, fast forward, this project could have been continued, okay, should the processing plant be released then.
You just told me before you proceed, sir, you just told us that he crossed the social line. What could be that social line that he crossed?
Well, I will leave that, for my wife to talk about so that TC people can hear.
Okay, cool. Then we'll go straight to you. Yawa. Welcome again. We want you to Yawa.
Shut up. Okay.
So this question has been directed to you. Could you just tell us exactly the social line that the Omer crossed by then?
I want to say thank God first of all for the opportunity given to us. The social line he crossed, I think I will quote the president word. We respect others. As men, if my husband say he crossed the line, I want the people to guess why crossing the line with a lady meant.
Okay. Be blunt.
Especially the social line.
The social line.
What it means social line is like each and every one of us here have our lovers, our husband, our wife. When someone crosses the social line with your family, it's a question thrown to you. You should think about it. It's very
to be blunt.
He sexually harassed my wife.
Yeah. Does that mean he loves to you?
He sexually harassed my wife.
Ambassador Boakai.
Yes.
Wow.
And I have proof. I'm not anything I'm saying here.
We go back to Mommy Yawa. Were you harassed sexually by Ambassador Boakai? Is that what your husband saying?
Yes.
Tell us the story. How did it happen?
How did it happen? My husband went to Abuja seeking funds to continue the project, and the projects were approved, and they're supposed to give him
$19.1 million.
19.1 million to bring this project, for the project to continue in Foya. That was a good news for Lofa County. But here our matron that's supposed to stand by us called me at his house pretending that he wanted to give me food. Look at me, can't I feed myself?
Joseph Boakai.
Yes. When I brought agriculture, the kind of mechanizing agriculture that Liberia have never seen. You're not talking about only Lofa County. They just lash. And then he called me, I told my husband, I don't want to go. And he's like, oh, Vicky, you're so stubborn. I said, I'm not stubborn because I think that man is looking for something else. He said, oh, just go. I don't think my father would do that. Because at that time, my husband trusted Joseph Boakai so much that he was so blind. But I, a woman have, if you tell us things, we will process it more than 10 times. That one word will process it to different things. So I having the feeling that he meant good. So when I went to him, he said, Yawa, I'm in love with you. I've been loving you. I will buy you iPhone. I said, iPhone? I have phones. I get iPhone to people.
A wife to wife was at his house?
At his house. His wife was in the house. Costa know about this. Henry Costa.
Senator Tengbe can attest to it.
Tengbe know about it. It's not a secret.
The former Speaker of the House.
Alexander.
Yes. Hey, man, this is a known secret, man. Maybe this is the first time people are hearing it. This is a known secret. And the text messages that he used to send to my wife, I have all copies, and I can share with you. Okay? And look, to fast forward, I signed a contract with ECOWAS, okay, for $19.1 million. I came back home, with all that, showed to him. And what he did, he went and wrote a letter to ECOWAS stipulating that, private sector window, that they should route the money through Ministry of Agriculture. Then Florence Chinwe was Minister of Agriculture. So ECOWAS said, but hold on a second. We have a private sector window, and this investment is private sector initiative. But then, they called me and said, listen, if your government can be playing this kind of role, we are very skeptical if they have any support for this project. And I still have my contract. It has never been performed.
Let's go back small because this is very grave. Let's go back to Madam McIntosh.
Call me Yawa.
Yawa. Yawa McIntosh. When he attempted this on you, did you blow an alarm?
I need proof. Because if I just blow an alarm in his home, you will not be believing the story I'm telling you. As I'm telling it now, in your mind, something is going on. Can I take this? But it's for real. So I told him on that day that please, I'm on my period. So I cannot go further than this. Then he told me, he started sending me text messages. So we started communicating how he want to have me, he been loving me from the day he set eye on me. I said, okay.
Oh, man, Joe.
Yes, and I was playing with him. And then it went on.
Even Madam Ellen Johnson Sirleaf is fully aware of it.
So it came to a point I told him, I said, man, Joe, you are caught in your web. If you don't release my husband container now, I will publish all the text messages. I say you are a very wicked man. People in Liberia, they are blind. They have eyes, they have hearts, but I think they are not feeling. It's so sad that they are not feeling who this old man is. It's not what you see. He's deeper than what you see. He's very wicked. He don't even want Foya to progress. I was born right in Foya, Boma. I don't care what Gizi people feel, but I will tell them the truth. This man has ruined my life, ruined my children's life. He have destroyed us. Because they have land in Nimba County. They have land in Basso. My husband is from Fortville. The Bassonians have land. And we left. Can you imagine where we have to leave to come to Foya? He been in government for how many years? And the road stay like this. What can he do now? Because he don't want we the youth to do it. It got to be him. When you buy a car, after a few years, it's not the same capacity anymore. So Joseph Boakai, he can do nothing. So whensoever you see a youth that is progressive, he become talented. He will act on you like he loves you, he's nice, and bring you in and destroy you. But Joseph Boakai cannot destroy us. Can you imagine for him to write ECOWAS and telling them they should not give us the money? Joseph Boakai has robbed my family all of everything. All of everything we ever worked for.
Sorry, Kolojo, 1 minute. Mr. McIntosh. Yes, sir. Predicated upon what you have explained along with your wife, first, the people as Foya are deeply sorry. And this is so frustrating. But could this be the major factor for the downturn of the project in Foya?
Could be.
Look, I explained to you that he kept the processing plant in a port for 3 years, 10 days. And we went to ECOWAS, got an approval for $19.1 million. He stood all in the way of all that. And, coming back to Foya today, it's because President George Manewia came to my home on April the 30th with the Minister of Finance and the Minister of Foreign Affairs that Sunday, and gave me his word that they have agreed to go into, public-private partnership.
April 3rd, which year?
Yes.
Which year?
This year. It's April 30th, 2023. So I brought in all the experts from the USA. Okay, we have done the initial work, and we always in constant, working session with Minister Toy. Okay, to rejuvenate this project. There are a lot of things that we've done. We've already signed, our MOU with Africa Rice. Africa Rice is the old water. Okay, we already signed MOU, not Africa Rice, office here in Monrovia. No, their head office in Abidjan. Mm-hmm. We have signed MOU with them, and right now we have Sagenter as technical partner. Sagenter is the second, largest, seed producer in the world. Okay, they have their own seed protocols, and you need all those technical backings to be able to, to rejuvenate this project. And we have Bolero, which is the second largest rice processing plant. Okay, they are going to build it. The plant we have right now, they're going to build it turnkey. And not only that, I now own the franchise, for Massey Ferguson, for Liberia, Sierra Leone, and Guinea. So in case of equipment, we have built our muscles over the years, to get to this point, because mechanized agriculture, what really, is a key issue in mechanized agriculture is technical expertise, equipment. Mm-hmm. Okay, and that was the initial, not a mistake, but it was a learning curve. Okay, but now, there is no one, I guarantee you, there's nobody within the Republic of Liberia that understands mechanized agriculture than I do. I challenge anyone. Whether PhD holders in agriculture, it doesn't matter, but I challenge anyone. Okay, and granted. So right now the project is fully ready. The government and ADA are in joint collaboration. And with what Thomas Fowler is doing here, and we're coming to add value to this, just guess what how Foya is going to look, in the next 2 years. when I was here, when my company was operational, tell me, that's how, you know, my workers, from the benefit, their salaries, we build new foyer.
Well,
okay, let me finish before I lose my thought. Okay.
Wow.
We built new foyer. So if when we come back, when we come back, you know, just guess what's gonna, of course, yes. If not, I'm not gonna be here. I don't like wasting my time.
Okay.
No. And what happened here, let me just take a little history. 2017. And looking at a Liberia political, you know, setup, and as a businessman, I've seen that, hey, if you don't have a seat at the political table, okay, you stand to lose a lot. So what I did, I formed a political party, you know, to join the race, just because I wanted to protect my investment. And I did. And right now, my party is also a collaborating party to CDC. All right, and on the basis of that, this agricultural influence, because I told George, the present president, we have said, listen, if you're for agriculture, I'm all good. In the absence of that, no. Because a nation that cannot produce and feed themselves is doomed to fail. It doesn't matter what you do. Just trust me, it will not work. Okay, so the first phase of his presidency, he was key in roads, you know, to facilitate easy access to areas, which is fine. But right now, this second term is going to be purely agriculture. So, look, Joseph Boakai has been in government for 42 years. Just a little foyer, man, please. Okay, let's leave the 42 years, 12 years as vice president. You want to tell me he could not do better than Thomas Fowler? Come on, man. Look at the town hall he built. Just do comparative analysis. I am not here to denigrate anyone, okay? I'm here as a professional. I look at achievements. You know, hey, you take what is there. That's why, you know, it's very, very good that they built the new, you know, hall right, you know, adjacent to the old one. So if even the layman with no knowledge can do, you know, comparative analysis.
Yeah, Mr. McIntyre, you just told us that the first project here was the learning curve.
Yes.
Could you just tell the public what was the reason that that project was collapsed? What caused the collapse?
No, you see, you always I hear that. You know, it's not a collapse. It was a technical shutdown because my friend passed. Okay, was assassinated, and the full amount have not been drawn from the $30 million. And what was in Geneva, his lab Suisse, who was, you know, then controlling the funds in Geneva, shut down, and all the funds.
So, you know, clear no share, you didn't get the total amount, the 30 million that we always hear about.
No.
And how much did you receive of the 30 million?
Give it till we receive about $24 million. And then we bought $10.6 million equipment in rice processing plant. And then I purchased about $8 million in agriculture, in tractors. Okay, and all the implements that you see here in foyer. And I still have some of their field equipments on my compound in Monrovia.
Okay.
All right. What mechanism have you put together? Because you said since that was the learning curve, this second time around will be different. What different will you make?
Africa Rights, Syngenta. We brought in a technical team, and right now, as we speak, I have a contract with 6, farmers from Iowa, who all throughout their family, 100 years within their family, they have been in mechanized agriculture, producing corn, soybeans, and rice. And we need that to be able to educate our farmers and train them, so they become trainers of trainers. Okay, that's what's lacking here, technical expertise. And now, locally, the technical expertise for mechanized agriculture is not accessible. So you have to outsource. And that is all done. It's on the table.
Those equipment that were used on a farm, where are they as we speak?
But they right here at the office, when I joined George, 2017, those equipments were still intact.
Okay.
And then all of a sudden, is alleged that the thugs, with the leadership of somebody, and which we will have to investigate, they went and vandalized, and today we're going to visit the equipment, and document what has been vandalized. But what we have seen through the photos and everything that was sent to the experts at John Deere, the estimate of repairs and servicing is going to be about $2 million.
Before we talk more about the second segment that is about to come, in the first segment, what were some of the difficulties that you were faced with? These challenges?
The lack of understanding of mechanized agriculture by my technical team. They were naive. Okay, and even my operators that were trained, it came to a certain point. For example, I caught one on the field that was using $300,000 worth of equipment chasing groundhog. Okay, yeah. So there was, look, the mindset was wrong. The project is right, but the mindset of those that were employed was totally wrong. That they have no notion, no understanding at all of mechanized agriculture.
They were not school.
No.
In that era.
No.
So good to see you again, Mr. McIntosh. Given everything that you have said, witness with evidence, beginning with the collapse of your project.
Or the technical shutdown.
Including Mr. Boakai's intervention in the relationship that would have derailed this, that would not have been able to see Mayawa here. Boakai is poised to be president. He wants to become president of Liberia. And this is somebody that many believe that he's a good man. Today you are in Foya and Liberians are watching. What special message do you have for the people of Foya and Liberia, for this man who claimed to be Mr. Clean Hands, Mr. Goodman, and everything, considering everything that you have said this morning? What special message do you have to give to the people of Liberia for this man who wants to take public office in this country once again?
Look, listen, let's not go on the national,
politics
right now. Let's look at the little local politics in Foya. Foya is where he hailed from, right? 12 years as vice president. What has been his impact?
But he said he did not benefit from being vice president. He wants to be president.
Oh, man, are you kidding me?
But you have evidence that nothing has been done in 4 years when he was vice president.
Yeah.
So, Madam Ya Finger, I think she wanted to.
That's got to be a joke. Because we go to preschool to prepare for what? University. If Joseph Boakai went to preschool and said that he could not learn, how can he learn in university? It doesn't make sense. Preschool is working as agriculture, working to the places that he said he worked at the police, working as vice president. That is preschool for me. Presidency is university. If you didn't score a mark in your preschool, how will you get to the university? He has failed us, and he will fail us again. In his own life, let Joseph Boakai show me a decent home that he live in here. The home he dwell in now, in Foya, that house was a room house, totally damaged. I faced that house.
Okay.
And he used to come to stay in my house. If I'm lying, go and investigate. To get the facts, if you go to a doctor when you're sick, he will investigate before he get his funding and you start your medication. Joseph Boakai will call me that he want to stop in my house. I gave him my house. He still stopped there 1 or 3, 4 times. From there he came to me. Yawa, Never know a chair yo. Chum down on a chair yo.
Who own this house?
Minimum do one chair yo, me very good, make it no meno. Follow what to go moving, boy. I saw in the chair.
Wow.
Manchester.
So let me go back. You asked me to lodge in my house. I gave you the respect for you to lodge in my house. And the next thing he asked me, who owned this house, Yawa? I told him because I was building my house, you people can go and see. You know the kind of material I was building my house with. So when he went back to Monrovia, after enjoying my luxury, laying down on that kind of bed, air condition blowing in, having hammer-string television, sitting on the dining table, whining and dining with my food. After he left, my pay was to go to the house owner and say they should take the house from me. Who is Joseph Boakai? Bring Joseph Boakai myself, let's go to Top Show. Then I would tell Liberia who he is. But Liberians, I don't know. Liberia, wake up from your slumber. Why are you sleeping? Wake up, you say, who bewitched Liberia? Liberia is how many years old? And Joseph Boakai come and tell us, say, let me tell you, the age of Methuselah have nothing to do with the wisdom of Solomon.
Absolutely.
Joseph Boakai lacked wisdom. He should have taken this project if he wanted to be president. And he failed in his backyard, he would fail Liberia. Can't you people see? What else are you people waiting for? That man threw me out of that house. Then he got the audacity to say I should leave my bed, because he enjoyed my comfort. He's so cheap on himself. The man is cheap on himself. Joseph. He don't want to live a good life. So he said, I should leave the house, but I should leave everything in the house. My brothers and friends, Liberian Alash, Foya people. You throwing me out of house that I accommodated you in. So I'm going to leave my furniture for you. Am I crazy?
No.
My junior, my son called me. Mama, the vice president said I shouldn't take the thing out of the house. I said, you know what? I will kill you. I'm your mother. I will use my hand to murder you. What? This wicked old man, she sit on my things and then I sit here and be afraid of who? Joseph Boakai. I said, remove everything. He said, when the boy going for the AC, he said, hey man, tell Yawale how leave the AC here for me. Tell Yawale how leave the generator for me. Let Yene. I am a Madia. I just saw your cheering. He came here or cheering, Madia Momon, or cheering. Mine in your Joseph Boakai. Madi Matia soli cheyoni. Boso ya chekoni wochi ya konjoan. Cheya tosiao. Yolanda temu ya tosia chekoni. Miwo dira miwo nyeye miwo pala mitosia pala wa hoso. Joseph Boakai ye oche kisi atu yo. Ye oche let's check kisi le me kisi no ya choni. Me atola koli kisi no ya choni. Chwa na ya choni. Chwa mama tamatela o mambulu tela. Chwa na mama ya choni.
Flashelo.
Osialo. Tamatela bomba mambulu ni la kwanyina. Susu ni champe na chokola osialo ose mama. Siano ni chwa na mama ya choni. Fulaya mo di ma o chama salempe. Aya nyanu kweto kwe. Achelo masalente mani ma chama salempe nyanu. Ache chwa mo pomo ya choni. Matena chwa mo pomo. Belo ikenu mbele ke fa ko wona le shambule. Oyo anja nyenya le ode la halala. I say he cannot do me nothing in the name of God. Joseph Boakai cannot fight. He cannot fight Joseph. He get Joseph ni boy he Pharaoh. The Joseph ni Joseph Boakai got his Pharaoh. That Pharaoh over there. Joseph Boakai is Pharaoh. Liberia people, how can God give power to the Pharaoh? So for the Hebrews. How can God do that? And Joseph Boakai said when he cries to power, I should run away from Liberia. Joseph Boakai, if you threaten my life, I will threaten your life. Anytime I cannot leave Liberia because of you. And who are you to win Bekube in this place? Who are you to win Josh Mane Weir? Not under my watch, it will never come to pass. Because my people have to Lofa being the bread basket, and we're happy because I heal from Lofa. I was born right in Foya Boma with a star. He can't do me nothing.
Take a deep breath. Let's go back to Winda McIntosh. Quick question, JK, before you come in.
Okay.
The materials are all over Foya. Who is, in the simple Liberian English, the eyeball to these materials, assigned by you? Because we're getting reports all over the district that the materials have been stolen. So tell us, who's keeping the material for you?
Well, I gave that responsibility to Henry Bundo one point in time, and then when I sent my security here to do an assessment, we found out that there were a lot of things that went absolutely wrong.
What are some of those things?
They stole a lot of parts from different equipments, and like my gators, they stole the engines, and it's alleged that some of that Jeff and others are using some of my gator engines as power tillers on your farms. But look, and this is something that the police have to investigate, because the last time my people were here, we filed a report.
So this guy is an agent of Joseph Boakai, a strong supporter of Boakai. That could be a continued process to undermine your project. Why leave him in charge?
No,
Why?
he's no longer in charge.
Who's now in charge?
No, Henry Bundo is no longer in charge. But since then, when we discover all those things that have been missing, he's no longer in charge. So I gave that responsibility of cleaning around the equipment to Jesse Vowin, and he has been doing extremely well.
Did he do an assessment before turning it over to the next person?
Yes, that's what I told you. We came and investigated
to do the assessment.
And then they saw that, a lot of things, went wrong, man. Right now, when you go and see the equipment at the office, what they did to it, man, it's incredible. How can you see, that's why I'm wondering. And Kissy people should excuse me, and I have to be blunt here.
Mm-hmm. Some Kissy people,
but what kind of people are you? I brought this here out of my sweat, my hard-earned negotiations. I brought this here to benefit all of you. And I had over 500 people employed within Foya district that built new Foya, and the equipments are back right here in Foya.
No kindness.
And then you'll turn around and vandalize it? Look, I was telling the superintendent the other day, I said, listen, it's out of kindness. If not, I'm going to sue Foya district. Oh yeah, trust me. I was going to sue them. Because they are responsible for what happened to my equipment. How could you be here, man? Come on, man, guys, man. How could all this, everyone here, you allow that kind of stuff to happen when the equipments are here that will be used to benefit the district? It doesn't make sense to me. Maybe I'm from a different planet, but it doesn't make no sense to me.
Well, Mr. Window, specifically, you left those equipments with one person, who's Henry Bundo, whose name you just called.
Yes.
So, what action did you take against him?
No, that doesn't negate the the communal responsibility of Foya district. So, if I've seen one person, that's something that's supposed to benefit the majority, then one person, vandalizing that. Just let it, for example, one person vandalizing that. Then you just stand by. I just say, oh man, it's none of my business. Come on, man. It's a joint responsibility.
I think Mayor want to buttress something. What is that?
It doesn't make sense to me. I'm their daughter. They are fighting for Joseph Boakai, but why Foya will not fight for me like that? Foya make me shame. I never wanted to put foot here. And I was thinking that my husband should go to other countries, because it's like when Jesus said, I went to my own and they reject me. I was rejected in this place. But the project will start here just for a short while, and I will move from here. Because you don't want me. No. You prefer the old or the new.
No.
The old is failing away. I came to do what Joseph Boakai could not do. So as Kisi people, even the people that work on the project that benefited from the project, they could not form a vigilante and say we owe these people this. How will I be kind to you? And the only thing you got to pay me with, don't deceitful ones yesterday. Oh, we messed here, we built houses, and we did this, we did that, we did that. How you will feel when I start project here and I employed people from Nimba? And the whole Nimbalians take this city and start building houses here. What will happen? Will you people be happy?
No.
Will you people be satisfied? Kisiati kanu project no pay me ko Nimba me hinga manua me pay manua na ko nyacho hini shamula belo la nya tisi ya fa pila ho ni me atisi ya shamula market ho inu adu pepe shamula la biya ni no awa Nimba ino chie Nimba icho lo nsusu te ko ma lo mpe wana kan na ba ti abengu Nimba ni
ye kisi agbole kisi abake ya kisi abake ya ma
share the experiment I did in Nimba County. When I come to Foya, not even chicken, the Kisi people gave me for the good news we brought. The Kisi people instead will say that Macintosh people, you sell the meat to them dear. They got money. But in Nimba, sometimes I can refuse goat. They say the benefit, I'm here again. Not even Edo, they will not give it to me. So is that encouragement? Y'all think the other children that in the Western world, in the diaspora, where is the encouragement? They are afraid to bring their development here because you're going to do the same thing to them. Y'all prefer all sleeping Joe over the youth. Y'all know that's why. As a man, when you live, you teach your children. The Bible says, teach your children that when they grow old, Proverbs 22 verses say, teach a child in a way that when he grows, he shall not depart from it. Sianoni, my grandmother was a woman. She has street name after her. Don't you think I carry a DNA of success? Wherever I go, bring change. Don't you think so? Ask about my grandmother here. She was one of the millionaires here.
Man, you.
She was one of the millionaires. I come from that DNA. So I'm supposed to be associated with nonsense. Why are you people associated with nonsense? Y'all know Costa, he belongs son. You know he gave Costa money to come and beg me for this thing to die down when he attempted the rape on me. Costa brought the money. But I don't want to talk. Costa call me because I was talking. The amount of money they gave you, I didn't see it. I saw half of the money. And I told you to carry back. Just about to send money to beg me in my bedroom.
So that you could not expose his attempted rape.
Look, I'm a woman. I'm one woman that got clean character in this nation.
So yeah, since you mixing it with the Kisi, this part of this conversation, and when you explain it
in Kisi
to the hearing of the Kisi people,
let the old folks
this
Kisia. Nyeto sa mi Joseph Boakai Kenya project o ya wakalani. Let me care pono no nando memba. Kwalango bo be ria chiendo, kwalango chiendo mo di ma membo yini ya mi care. Po. Ah yini ya le. Me wa no mi nyina makase oni mala anu awa kebo. Akebo, me ka yene nchie ni me. Anu awa kebelo. Chanu na nko o chi nyere ya mi me ka na apu mo ya nya to be mo chom ya so.
Mokumi no hota.
Mokumi ya hota. Mo ni mo mi to mo mo la chekebo. Ake yo ene. Afalo kewo jo. Mo ni ma na ndi Joseph Boakai. I don't know the yellow or to play you. Me or never me not to see follow me not tear mundo, care to line was salano. So he near a pair, Yanya to your mamma to sa, you go in upon no pair, Yanya tamu. That way, a pair, come on, Mamma, no calling, then to tear when I didn't want I'm the malao. Yama Chonyane, you want to get the hour, my child, Lendo, Lendo, Dio. Joseph Waka, Yamakin to yon yellow, me. O Yama Canyon Pen Kenu. One not for ya the man and Kenu Kanye, Lemo Penicasian, at your vice president, no. O Yama Coelan Pen, market to buy me shoe. You know, I used to buy Joseph Waka shoes. Everything. Perfume buy for Joseph Waka. He was like one of my children.
Mungo Kishini.
Joseph Waka, one not for ya pen, maybe Kenu Kiasia, Lemo Tila. When I got them, can all try to sell.
Yes, I'm my Benzia.
Benzia, maybe can do Benzia, maybe can do Kanye Ochonia, the Adio, maybe can do one and so I had account, but then maybe can that canoe. Ochola Choli. Joseph Waka, Dimicholam, America Sinanya, but then he can't be Joseph Waka Chulan. Ochole Yamolente Yahinante.
Yawape, how come all for your loom for?
Ochole Yamolente Yahinante, let to ya. Melaka demand dimit tonya, adimit tonya, tonight tonya manu maki. Mawanu free. Foya a young. Lay yene and Yinapona quick yene trada to Salenu. Yeah, young. Our chamas are in Payano. Ya trasiano you belong Mambu or Cielo. Inyano Payaka. Let me hang can then have an anya. Joseph Waka. Can we add a friend and all company red and La Chomja? La Velu company and red and
Oblebe.
La Chomja, where company and La J.
Oblebe.
Joseph Waka to Munayama. Try to Manao. Moken Belling, Tran Velper, or John Master, you cannot belling you. Didn't go to Trambo.
Njonyuna honyuna pononum yawa. Kevana Joseph Waka, Aduma Joseph Waka, looking at ADA ni. So I hate Tonya. Tonya was here.
Oh, Joseph Waka hinga 80. Fona no hinga 80. Mono Joseph Waka, Mono Ellie. Monima Joseph Waka, Fona no Donya Jolonte. Let me there Ndama one ato equal our project you have Ofoya. Because man now our project you home our friend 80 monitoring. Me actually tell them UNDP one sponsor me Ofoya. Can you come and follow switch here? You demand labia ya alan to such here. A chiencho to sani min yenya fara we are non labia. There to nyajo. Lende malom peno lende plalemba. Palena sangape yamacho wananya.
Kanya dia lende ne belende le yela.
Lende no nyadia pe lende asanye bude Jose ele. Bude Jose to sa Ijebo. Ndu Macintosh to sa. Joseph Waka onu to Pharaoh. Macintosh Joseph Waka ni. That Macintosh Joseph Waka is Pharaoh, then Macintosh is Joseph. That Joseph he doesn't represent that name. You understand what I'm saying? Well, it's left for our people. It's left for them. What do they really want? They shut down my brother and friend Samuel Thomas Fala being here. Evidence are here. Are you people blind? You can see it.
It's feasible.
When I came to Foya, I thought I would eat another place. They call Thomas Fala talk and do. If they elect someone for and they were electing is already elected. Because there is no competition. Why I see? And I just said, I can't come in for your solo be like it. You see, Thomas for a duplex. This child is born for greatness. And Thomas Fala could do better again
than this.
Yeah, but Thomas Fala will become myself one before this month. I see you myself. I'm not competition with me. But nothing is in the basket for Thomas Fala. I prefer Thomas Fala to be vice president right now. Because eyes can see. But in the city, ear is hearing it. The blind hearing it. Because the blind, their eye is their ear. That's why Jesus said, anybody who has ear, she hear. And Jesus continued to tell the people, He who have ear, she hear what the churches are saying.
Tell them.
I will tell Foya people, hear what Summer Father is saying. For
And see what he's doing.
Foya.
Yeah.
For better what? Foya. Because once there is a child of this place, do one thing, it's for all.
Okay, take a deep breath, a little while again. Let's go back to Mr. McIntyre.
I got a question for you first.
Oh, back to us.
Yeah, so since I want you to be candid with me.
Come on.
Since, my company technically shut down. You tell me how many companies the old mayor brought here? Joseph Boakai?
No records.
There is no record. Absolutely.
We can't
no.
remember seeing any company being brought here by him.
So,
But
why then does he merit any trust from the Kisi people to grant him that privilege of being president?
Well, that's a very good question, but this question has to go to his supporters. Yeah, so as I said, we'll be opening line for people to contribute, ask questions, and make comments.
Yeah,
but you just talk about this. Second,
I think he has a point.
Yeah, I have something.
We have some points.
Yeah.
All right.
Look, if it, radio, is it radio?
Tamatico.
Yeah. 2017, when that radio was down, they called me. I sent technicians here. I paid $2,500 for them to fix that radio station.
That's 25,000.
No, 2,500.
Okay, 2,500
to fix it. And they cannot deny that. And today, it becomes a political, radio station. Are they kidding me? That's a community radio station. And that's why I spend my money to fix it. But if that is what it is, well, but one thing I want the Kisi people to understand, that if this man talking about he's coming to rescue, and then he was vice president for 12 years. And he hails from Foya. And then when ADA technically shut down, because ADA is a private investment. So I could have decided to take that money and go to Bahamas. At the end, when I show you my loan agreement, it's a gift from a friend of mine, my late friend Gaddafi. And I can, look, I cannot deny the fact that he was kind to me. And I don't care where I am, where I will be tomorrow. I will always proclaim his good name, because he was never bad. He never did anything wrong to me. He gave me the platform to scale up, my intellectual, innovative, solution for agriculture. And I'm grateful. Okay, but what has Joseph Boakai brought here on his own?
We pose a question to your wife, Yawa, because they are saying from his supporters that he's the one who brought the ADA in Foya. Is that true? Let's get that confirmation.
I'm just telling you, he didn't bring me here. I came here to rescue him, because in his backyard there was nothing there. Okay, so I came here. I told Ellen, I said, look, man, I want to go to Foya. Okay, despite all the odds, logistically it was a nightmare. Okay, we used to come from Monrovia. It's 12 to 18 hours to get here. All right, but that cost was huge. But yet still, I said, no. I want to go and rescue him, and do something in his backyard, to give him light. And that's why I came here.
So take a break, and we go back to studio to be able to read the lines so that we can open.
Yeah,
one thing before we take a break. We will be putting out, a reward amount for anyone who has information, that you can bring to us, concrete, of those who vandalize our equipment. We will be willing to, to really, they will have a reward.
What's the
for
reward?
Any information. The reward is going to be about $2,500 because we need that information. Although there's there's an allegation that your representative was the one that led the people. Okay, but that is left to be investigated based on allegations.
You mean Representative Francis Sakla Nyomale?
Yes. It's an allegation and it will be investigated. Okay, we are not going to leave any stone unturned because, hey, come on, man, it's an investment. And as a businessman, I need to have return on my investment. But when you damage my investment, you know, and out of kindness, I'm just letting Foya District alone because, you know, it's tantamount to a lawsuit.
What's the security backing for the whistleblower?
Oh, come on, man. This is Foya. Thomas Fala is here. Thomas Fala is the security backing. This man have more weight than Joseph Boakai can ever dream of in Foya. Come on, give me a break.
Thank you.
All right, if you are tuned to Radio Jumplo and that of Radio Makona today, we are paying host to Mr. Wonder McIntosh, the former manager of ADA Lab in Foya, along with his wife, Madam Mami Yawa McIntosh. If you have question or comment to make, studio, announce the number.
Okay, so you can call us this morning on the same number 0770-31942. Remember, our Lone Star line is down. So this morning, ADD Live CEO is live on Jumplo Radio. Mr. Wonder.
Please re-announce the numbers for our viewers online. So many people online wants to call.
All right, 0770-111-942. 0770-111-942. That's a number activated this morning. So you can call us and be a part of the show here on Jumplo Radio. Good morning. Your name and the place of call. You're welcome.
Let me appreciate my mother-in-law, you know, people about Joseph Boakai. People don't believe God. So I think they are the best people to tell the people about Joseph Boakai. Joseph Boakai is an evil person. From 2005, I did not go for Joseph Boakai in 18. And I will never go for Joseph Boakai in my whole life because he is a deceitful being. So let me say thank you to our mother, to our husband this morning for exposing Joseph Boakai, his wickedness, and he has been doing to the people of Foya. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Yeah. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, your name and the place of call. Okay, go ahead this morning.
Alright, let me see if everything is this morning. They have done well and purchase some of the reports that were going around saying, this NGO was, this company was working by our former vice president, His Excellency Ambassador Joseph Boakai. He was the one that supporting this NGO, especially when they come in where history. He was the one that did NGO. But today, our senior brother, Mr. McIntosh, has led it to us that he was the one, or he was not he the one that was, the NGO was not brought by him. It was brought by he himself, McIntosh. So I think a very close and close to him, also to the honor that he has. So, Mother, thank you for exposing such a secret. You know, these are some of the things we want. It's not good for so many people asking for you, then at the same time you are hearing the tell.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you.
So thank you.
All right. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Yeah, your name and the place of call.
My name is Stephen Johnson. I'm calling right on first.
You're welcome this morning.
Yeah, my concern has to do with my visa studies teacher saying that Boakai wanted to approach it baffles me. I don't really know what's coming on with this statement. And she even said that her brother to come here, she had to gas
I get kind to come here. I mean, this is politics. We understand that we're in the political war now, but when we are saying things, make sure that they want to go into tomorrow. So I hope you guys.
You Jesus. Good morning.
No.
You respond. You respond. That's better.
All right, Marcus. Okay, you're like it.
Yeah, what are you? What do I do? I program though. Oh, I do. You know what Nigeria for them? I said 80 years old. So you know, you know that the Molo. Kado, someone for them. So yeah, we say one police. But not that police. They are not local. Can it? You are someone who are getting off the need to get it out of there. I see you want to do it. So that one is out. Like you know, for no time program though.
All right, Nevali. Nevali town. Good morning.
Morning.
Yeah, your name and the place of prayer.
Okay, I'm calling from Nikoye.
Okay, let's hear from you this morning.
I want to appreciate the student get there. And I want to be very grateful to our brother, Father McIntosh, and the wife being there. And at the time they were here, ADA actually Koya was home. The employment rate was high, and everybody developed. But the suggestion I have for now is we learned that they show some concern that they were not appreciated. So I want to suggest to the district authority for now to apologize to him, meaning apologize to him, that he should not be relent, he should come back and gain employment or people, when that opportunity is here, how will gain employment.
Sure.
So that if they cannot leave this area, then they come back. As our sister, she talked to the husband, to come back and bring the project back in club. But first, they need apology, they need to be given apology. So I want to say thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome this morning. Let's hear from this other caller. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. This morning.
You're welcome.
Well, I appreciate you so much. Including your wife. You know, that's why we said before you sponsor somebody's name, you got to watch me. So now we have to believe that I think God has done well for we to get a further way for the Koya district. Because full explanation this morning, we were not new. We were talking medical about it. But as for me, I well believe that our own power is called to all this thing. And now we are begging on the market. We as a brother, we need advice. If any brother gets to come back to Koya to open a project, we are here for you by the grace of the Lord and God will be with you. So for you and me as well, come back to Koya so that we can make everything to be. Thank you so much.
All right. We are going to entertain two more scholars, so definitely I'm going to join you back with the two to see how best we can hear their response towards your coming here this beautiful morning. So keep your calls coming through on the same number 077 0111 942 0880 2231. So that is the number activated this morning. Call us and be a part of the show this morning. Good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Your name and the place of God.
Yeah, I'm calling you in family this morning.
I will straight to the point, PGS.
Alright, thank you ever so much. Alright, the studio girls, thank you ever so much, for you to tell the public wrongdoings of Joe Boakai. Brother McIntosh, our father, our nephew, we can call you to also kind of names. Now, thank you ever so much, for you to bring all those that were talking negative things about you. And now you are in this district, if we have to be specific. Don't Boakai, you have already had light on those issues because electively when it gets on my table, all type of things about about this NGO, about ADA, they were used to talk all negative things about you. They say, well, McIntosh has come, he came here, he tackled, the whole district. And now you have already had light on those issues that what those Boakai brothers I want you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, PJS. Thank you, PJS. Thank
I'm
you.
begging you now for you to take a lead with the with the president. How that you can put McKennedy in place for our district. So thank you ever so much.
All right, you're welcome. So let's entertain our last lucky call of this morning, so I can join you back Studio 2 to continue with this discussion. Good morning. All right, we are only going to entertain one caller here this morning now, so we can join you back on Studio 2 to continue with this important show here this morning. So let's hear from this caller going through. Good morning.
Good morning.
Your name and the place of God.
Well, Moses, I'm calling you at my comfort today.
All right, let's hear from you shortly. Let's hear from you.
All right, it's disappointing. It's God thing. For a lady who does not understand culture and tradition. A lady what?
Wow, you said that the line, I don't know what's happening. So let's join Mr. Congo back to take you through.
So thank you, Mr. McIntyre. You've listened to the chorus. 99% of them are commendation, and you look smiling.
Yeah. The other guy who said that when we talking about we gas Joseph Boakai's vehicle, we should have it. But yes, there's a documentary proof that every trip that he made to Foya was financed by my company, and I can prove it. So that's not even an issue. So that caller should go to sleep, man. Look, if you don't know what we are talking about, don't listen. Go to bed. I'm just tired of all this, all this, what do you call it, back and forth. Will never tell anyone what I've never done for anybody that I tell you, Wendell McIntosh, that I helped, I did. Okay? So let's put that to rest. And I am the only one, or my wife. We are the sole proprietors of this project. Those equipments cannot be moved anywhere by anyone whatsoever unless I prove it. So y'all know you bring that to me. Don't come that route with me, man. Please. I'm not in the mood this morning. Already you have cost me, for your district have cost me $2 million. So y'all don't get in that mood with me, man. I'm not interested.
So thank you, Madam Ya. I'm sure you listen to the chorus.
More especially the last chorus.
He's sick. He need medication. No, you no culture, no culture you. Equal to man in sin and yet your culture. But when somebody cross the line to destroy your family, am I going to be in culture? What have culture done for you? You are speaking. Have culture improved your life? That Joseph Boakai, he know culture? That somebody will come, leave his own county to come to your own county, and then you fighting him. Somebody decide to help you. All of a sudden you start slapping them, kicking them. They will keep their mouth for culture. You better go back and sleep. If you have nothing to say, the best thing you can do is to shut your mouth. Because I'm tired with your nonsense. That's why Harry Costa told you, say he tired with your nonsense. Indeed, I am tired with your nonsense. I'm filled. It's filled. If I tell you, say Joseph Boakai attempt on me, I got proof. If I'm lying, let Joseph Boakai take me to court.
Simple.
Liberia have law.
Yeah.
Temple of justice is there.
Yes.
Deformation of character have consequences.
Yes.
So please, if you are not school, please, I will pay your tuition.
And listen, we know that the UP haters, sympathizers, they will talk a whole lot of crap. But your crap will land the old man in trouble. So if you know what I know, you better keep your mouth shut.
Please, let me speak. If you continue, I will take Joseph Boakai to court for attempted rape. When I get to Monrovia, I will sue him. That's why you all want.
You better shut up.
And I will not take lawyers from this country, dear. I live in Europe all my life, so I can get the best lawyers all of the European continent. And you can't do nothing. Your father will be disgraced. So I said I don't want to talk. But if y'all push me, if I leave from here, I hear from your friend. What? Shut up. I will sue Joseph Boakai. You hearing me? You call up. I will sue Joseph Boakai for attempted rape.
So why, when this old man is so good, why then, when your community radio was down, why did they call me? They should have go to him and call him, or call the other one who's your representative, Yumali. Man, please, man. Look. You see, Liberia, we don't believe in giving people their flowers when they're alive. You know, it's always good to be straightforward with people. Okay, I know the traditional leaders here, you know, deep in their heart, they know that Joseph Boakai failed them. But you see, like this young boy who's talking about tradition, you see where his mindset is leading him? You know, and he's so dumb that he could not even see. Can't you see the two, you know, city halls? The one from, 12 years as vice president, and this one from a representative of a district. Man, come on, man. Look. Nobody need to school y'all, man. The realities are right there in your face. Man, look, Foya, it's better y'all wake up for your own good. Y'all go to Nimba and see what's going on in Nimba right now. Y'all go there. Mm-hmm. Man, come on. If this project was in Nimba, trust me, man. Come on, man. It's going to be a different story, because all these things that I told you about, Sergeant Buller, AG Corps, we went to Nimba. We did, the soil analysis, scientific soil analysis of Liberia. We did it via satellite. We were in the bush with them for 30 days. So I have that. Even World Bank and IFC, they invited me. Liberia needs to prosper in what I have. Not even the Ministry of Agriculture has that. No. What I have is, look, man, Jesus, let's get this thing right. Vote George Weah's second term, and you'll see. Because right now I've gone too far with the government that we have signed, public-private partnership of unfortunate demise of Kain. And so, okay, that's why the fight from 2011, come on, up to 2017, how many years? 6? Yes. It could have stepped in and said, okay, let's do PPP. Look, there are a whole lot of things that, I'm holding to my chest. But you guys don't push me, man. There's a limit that you can cross. When you cross that line, man, come on. You got yourself to blame. Yeah, the old man will take the beating. Okay. So,
let me come in, Mr. McIntosh. With everything that Foya and Joe Boakai has cost you, and you are trying in your weak ways, with the help of this government, you will be coming back to Foya to rebuild all lost hope for your people. What could this mean for you and the people of Foya as well?
Look, all throughout my life, my dream has been agriculture. Okay. To bring Liberia on a map. Look, we can produce, we got 8 months of rain. We can produce to feed Africa as a small nation. And it will be a dream come true. Because just imagine, with all that I've been going through since 2011, and I'm still standing, and believing in my dream. I even scale it up better. And on the basis of that, the Sierra Leonean government even invited us with my team. We're doing $300 million, project for them. All documents signed, MOU with government. So if they can do that, why should we take the Liberian innovation somewhere else? So it will be a dream fulfilled. And that's the reason why I joined, CDC. Okay, that's the reason why my political party is a collaborating party. For that reason alone. Look, come on. You know what that would be? Look, when I was operational here, there was no theft in Foya.
Definitely.
It was zero. Crime rate has gone, disappear, evaporate. It's the truth because everyone is engaged in doing something positive. So coming back with what Thomas Fala has done, with what the President Thomas Fala have done, their performance here. Oh boy, when I bring this added value, the sky is going to be the limit. Foya will be a case study that the economists will come from all over the world to know how did it happen. How this little community could become, the breadbasket of the Republic, and by extension, the Mana River Union and then ECOWAS. Man, come on, it can be done. You just need, and now that I have the real support, the willingness. You see, listen, private sector engagement can flourish if the mindset of the leaders are on the same path of your innovative solution. Okay. And right now it is. And I don't care who say what. Look, old Joe cannot do nothing in this place, man. Let's stop that. So let's honor him. As I said earlier, I'm not here to denigrate anyone. I'm here just to speak the truth. Let's honor him as an old state man. The presidency, hell no.
All right, Mr. McIntosh, your first supporter was assassinated, Gaddafi.
Yes.
This second project, who's your supporter?
We keep that till the final word. Because, well, I am here. Mm-hmm. Okay. So you know that I got my, I've done my homework.
Okay. And how prepared are you for the second project?
Oh, better than the first one.
Better than first. How
better
soon
than the first one.
Do we see this
right after the election? Because as I told you, that my technical team from the USA and they're here. Okay, 2 of them just gone back home to see their family, and we constantly online. We are ready.
Thank you so much this morning, Mr. McIntosh, for coming to Radio Jumpy and together with our sister Mario. Finally, let's take a parting comment from our sister and mother.
You're going to fire in 2 ways, one in English and one in Kisi.
Yes.
Start with the Kisi.
In 1 or 2 minutes.
Iyema miyi nyabarika miyi mereka barika tasondo. Ti mereka chepe nyenye mereka vale nimpe ovin nonte. Mi dime foya la barika le hunonana. Le meda binaye wanda punga chiane pe abiyaba apunga hinile mi kololo nanja holobi so yema mi dimunda ma avotile wanachi ya malawo le chie because masacha pe masadi me pe anyanu ino ani huno a project yo millionante wana ya chokoli wo le mama because wa be business no aniri masano bo mama no mte so le la ate tomo fala pe ate jo wi ape nanda chela ni mi ko de mple le vali chie so inda barika ndabe akumi wata wana simeya be anonilang letu yo nyejo yo nondo fo yawo twana to na dumulo ati fala toto sa pepe ndabe ya chocho nyekendo ovenunte le adimini lambu yo ayunda Joseph wake to yumdanne tomati fala nda jowi ato lambu yo so babu yo be oduma anan chwa lambu yo yesu cho lambu yo so kenya no menu kisiani abalika tren ya hindo make ya lende michana ke Joseph wake tembu pede ni no wana be no matwa shonde ma atwa ambo alo kwena lene na chechali so Manano nilanda meleka manana matri foale.
Amina.
Manano hotanda meleka kumida hotangale.
Amina.
Manano kolwanda meleka dinela kotangale.
Amina.
Odela Yesu lami.
Amen.
So I want to say I appreciate God first. You can see, despite everything, God has been good to me. You not see suffering written on my forehead. You not see struggle written on my forehead. I came this far only by God. I should have committed suicide even the thing I just did to us here. I regretted a lot. But nevertheless, the Bible says in Exodus 14, verse 14 say, be still and let me fight for you and know that I am your God. So God has proven it. Who am I for Josh Manuel Weir to visit me at my residence and tell me that agriculture is his heartbeat? And I know Josh Manuel Weir, he now a man I say and don't do it. Rather than that, I won't be saying it to your ear. So I want to thank my Excellency. I pray for Joseph Boakai so he can live long and see Foya be successful in food production. Because I'm a woman of God. The Bible says we should pray for our enemy. This enemy, I want him to live.
So that can always be your prayer point.
I'll pray for Joseph Boakai, honestly. Because I want him to live long to see the will of God upon 80 years. Then the joy will be sweeter. But I should say it again, I want to thank you all for hosting us. Because you people in studio, if you don't accept us here, we'll not be able to give the message across. The message is one, development is the key. It's not about individual. Liberia Alash. God bless Mama Liberia. And God bless our country. And success shall be shown in Jesus' name.
Gentlemen, I beg your indulgence. Before he takes his parting comment, let's go into the short politics. Mr. McIntosh, we heard all over this country that you have a political party.
Yes.
Is that true?
Yes.
What is the name of that party?
CDA, Change Democratic, Change Democratic Action. Yes, I do.
Okay.
And it's my political party that is a collaborating party to CDC. As I said, I founded this political party in 2017, knowing that if you don't have a stake at the political table, your entrepreneur-driven spirit, your investment and everything is politicized. So you need to be at the table to tell them, hey, don't touch.
So finally, your parting comment.
Well, look, people of Foya district should understand that the mistakes that they made by vandalizing my equipment, okay, should not be repeated, because they should know that it's something they call liability. So they can be sued for what they have done to me. But having crossed that line, I'm back here the second time. And any repetition of such will be a sad consequence for Foya district. And if you guys go to the polls on the 10th and you vote somewhere else apart from the President Joe Weir and Thomas Fowler, then we're going to go back years. Because Joseph Boakai, when he talk about agriculture, man, come on, man. There's no seriousness in that. And I'm speaking from experience. I'm speaking from my interaction with him, and I'm speaking from what transpired in Foya district. So we must vote our conscience and vote for tomorrow. Yesterday is gone. No one on planet Earth lives in the past. So let's move on. And I wish you all well. But I'm here. And no one, I challenge anyone who figure that, I'm going to go out of foyer. That's a damn lie. I mean, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It's been a pleasure here this morning having number Wendell McIntosh together with our sister, Madam Vicky McIntosh. I have been here together with a team of journalists. I've been here with Orlando Sami, together with Johnson Satenga Dupla, and also Ernest K. Botti. That has been a great time. Thank you so much, Mr. Manager, for giving us the time.
Hey guys, good morning to every one of you guys. Good morning, good morning, good morning. And I'll also say good evening and perhaps good afternoon to every one of you guys. Just a J Randy here. It is Thursday, my time and temperature check here. It is 59 degrees Fahrenheit and it's about 9 o'clock right now with few seconds taking off the 9 o'clock hour or the 9 hour a.m. We are back here again as we look forward to the end of September to welcome the new week of October, and then we will be going into the election. So let me say good morning to every one of you guys and thank you guys so much for taking your time out. We will continue to push our message forward so that the people of Liberia, both in the diaspora and back home, will get to hear our side of the story as it relates to this election. I think this election is key because not many people actually saw the big picture of the 2005 and the 2011 election, because it's like you read a book or you watch a movie, but you were not able to capture some of the events in the movie, or you were not able to comprehend some of the content in a passage of a book. But like they always say, doing it the second time or going back to look over it, you might catch something that you perhaps did not see when you first did the reading or when you first watched the movie. I strongly believe that many Liberians in 2005 and 2011 really did not grasp the concept of why they voted and what were their expectations. Many of them just went by the majority. So I see this 2023 election as a 2.0 from our 1.0, because over the past 5.5 years, we together saw what Facebook presented to the leadership of George Weah in terms of social media criticism. No president in the history of Liberia up to present has gotten the worst social media attention in terms of criticism or in terms of providing information and support than George Weah. That is a fact. That is undebatable, because social media, the proliferation of it, started at the very end of Ellen Johnson's administration when Madam Johnson said he was about to leave office. That's when social media started to spread like wildfire. And it was President Weah who came right into that line of fire to receive online, on video criticism. So if you ask me whether Mr. Weah has passed the political stress test, I would say yes. You see, for everything we do, there is a risk factor involved, and there is a stress component involved, and there is a lesson to be taught, and there is a lesson to be learned. Those 4 quadrants, 2 there, 3 are positive and 1 3 are negative and 1 is positive. No, they are 2 equal, my bad. 2 is positive and 2 are positive and 2 are also negative. You see, the lesson learned and the risks, they are the 2 positive. Yes. Now, the impact or the negative, the impact that it has and the consequences that it also produce, those put together the negative. All right, sorry for me, guys. I'm looking at you guys, but I'm actually looking across here. If you can see here, let me show you what I'm doing here, right here. Let me see. I think I made a mistake here. All right, so this is where I'm looking at when I'm talking, behind the dark shade. So please forgive me when I tend to get distracted. So, have we learned anything from this election? That would be the positive. Did we assess the risks from the past election? That would be the positive. Again, what impacted us in this election, in the past election? That is the negative. All right, that's one of the negative. And then what did we overlook? That is another negative. So as we go into this election with few more days left, my role is to provide you guys with 4 important indicators. Like I said, for me, I'm going to discuss this election, 1, on the character of all the political candidates. Why it is true that I just said all the political candidates, I have decided to only limit it to at least 4 candidates. 1 is President Weah, 2 is Joe Boakai, the 3rd is Cummings, and I think the 4th, I will bring Tewo Gongolo into the 4th place. With the 4 individual, we have looked at the character of George Weah and the delineation of each political candidate character. When we start to discuss that back in July, we started with their personal achievement, what they have managed to achieve personally before coming into political participation or coming into politics. We talk about what George Weah did while he was in Liberia, prior to him going to Yaoundé, that part of Africa, and then springboarding into Europe and coming back, not only as the regular George Weah, but as someone who helped to to bring peace back to the country. The next thing we look at in that part of, as far as my indicators go in this election, and that will bring into question the issue. Since 1847, our country continued to show a very slow progress, low achievement rate, and the Liberia Human Development Index continued to be impacted because we had not been able to actually put stuff on our agenda, our political agenda, to begin to unpack them and providing solution. We have been very, very poor in that department. So from the character of the individual, we tend to look at the political issue in the country, and that will bring into discussion the character again of the very individual. But the character of the individual now, as it relates to politics and the issue as a politician, we look at the political credibility now. The first character we look at the personal achievement. When we come to the politics, that same individual will be taken and brought into the political circle, but that individual will be measured against his political credit that he or she has managed to use or is able to use to identify the problems in the country. The reason any citizen in a country will begin to complain about his or her government, it is due to the government failure to adequately identify the problem and begin to solve the problem. That is one of the key reasons why citizens of every country will complain about their government. So what do we try to do on the platform? We try to create a pathway to say, hey, this election, we want to look at the political candidates, their character. We want to look at the issue, how they're going to identify the issue, and what strategy do they have in place as it relates to their achievement in the past, and that will be about Boakai, or what they have achieved over the past 5 years, and that will be Joshua. And then what direction, when we saw Ellen and Joe Boakai for 12 years, which direction did they take the country? Direction meaning, were things getting better than what it was before Ellen came to power? And when we look at Joshua today, we want to also ask what Joshua has accomplished over the past 5.5 years. Is that something that you can say, wow, Ellen 12 years cannot come close to Joshua 5 years? And then you, the Liberian people, want to make sure that we bring this to your attention by looking at the political deliverable. We look at the government achievement, that is the Joe Boakai Unity Party achievement for 12 years, and the Joshua CDC for 5.5 years. We look at the accomplishment, we look at the achievement, we look at the progress. And then you now, the Liberian people, along with your decision, will come to what? The third component. And that will be, where do you want the country to be? Where do you want the country to be? This is the fundamental approach. This is what we call a well-designed approach to how our people need to understand politics. With all due respect to all the different political platforms, what I just mentioned to you here, this is what we call a classic deliverable awareness for the voting population in Liberia. But when you look at all the different platforms, they don't discuss these things. I see most of the platforms today, they are only in the business of attacking, and they are only resurrecting the emotion of the voting population of people that listen to them. And that means that the people have not acquired any knowledge. They are not being able to figure out what mistake they made in 2005, what mistake they made in 2011, and what can they learn from 2017 to make sure that they get it right this time. It is because majority of the talk show hosts, they are only there to feed on the negative energy of these people by giving them emotional energy, but they are missing out the intention. And that is why on the platform we will make history here, because we make sure that we provide the necessary information for you to be able to understand. All right? A practical and well-experienced information we provide it here, so that when you finally get to understand what an election is supposed to be all about, you will be able to use those tools and go out there and say, look at these people. They need all the help in the world. Because one, they are following a character that they don't even understand. Two, the character they follow, they are not even understanding what the character need to do in order to reduce the complaint that their great-grandparents suffer from the past administration, and that is identifying the different issue in the country. And how do we solve this problem? We solve this problem by looking at the experience of the politician. That's how we solve this problem. Which one of you today, if they made you a recruiter of Barcelona, Real Madrid, and say, go out there and go find quality player that will make the team better? Will you just go on the street and start finding people? No. Some of you gotta understand the game, even though you never played the game. There are certain quality you'll be looking for in a player to get that player on that team. And besides that, or aside from that, when you having a conversation among your friends about looking for a good player or who is a good player, and maybe the new season is about to start and the team need players to make sure that the team get more strength than what it had last season, what will you do? Your conversation will be looking at the quality of the player and what the experience the player has, right? Now, think about politics today. Politics is the game, election and political candidate is the game of electing the best player. That's the best leader. Now, when you look at someone like Joe Boakai, a man who been around for a very long time, what quality do you see in Joseph Boakai? Joseph Boakai started with a basic league when he served as managing director at LPMC. He was in the first league, the basic league. He was there as resident manager, just managing things. Now, when you sit across any Liberian and say to yourself, I support Joe Boakai, and say to the person, I support Joe Boakai, that's fine. That's understandable. That's good. Now, if like you see a player, say, my man, you see that player over there? I love that player. Fine. That is your opening statement. Now, how do you convince your friends that that player you just called is going to be a good player? You will start to give a historical information of that player, where he started, which team he played for, how many goals, what has been his supporting role, and where he is now, and how much he has accomplished, and what is the expectation for that player, and what is he going to do for that team. You identify the player, you identify what he has done in his life, and that's the issue, and you identify how he's going to be a better player, and you go in by you see the team going to have a very good season. That's how you look at the political game of politics. When you look at Joe Boakai, Joseph Boakai started a political career in 1973. In 1970. Joseph Boakai started a political career, 1973. Joseph Boakai started a political career in 1973. At that time, he was just 21 years old. A very young man like some of you guys. And he was given the position to provide managerial oversight at the Liberia Produce Marketing Corporation, called LPMC. That was Joseph Boakai's responsibility. He was a manager. Now, when you support Joe Boakai, I'm not interested in you telling me, say, oh, he's an old man, he's an experienced man. No. A judge or criminal telling you, my man, I'm a good guy, I don't steal. I don't touch anything. Well, that's just your expression. But let's look at you from a character perspective and from your work ethics. That is what missing. That is what many Liberians don't have. And oftentimes you will hear them telling you, say, oh, Joe Boakai, we agree. Joe Boakai is our next president. How can somebody be next to you when you don't understand what it takes to be next? How can you say somebody is our next president when you don't know how many things the person has done that either took them to the next level or never took them to the next level? How can he be? And this is where we come in now to have politics through the understanding of what it means to be an informed voter. The people don't have it. So let's go back to Joe Boakai. Let's say somebody here watching me right now and come to me and say, Jay Randy, you know what? Boakai is my man. I'm going to vote for Boakai. Well, fair enough. That is a democratic right that you have. But remember, vote is not just for you. A vote is to protect the future of your children and to determine the destination of a country. Because a vote for a political candidate in the case of a president is not to be taken for granted. Because too many things will be at risk. It's not based on your personal feelings. It's based on the future of a country. So, with that being said, somebody come to me and say, hey, J. Randy, I support Joe Boakai. My first question will be, why do you support Joe Boakai? And you know what I'll be expecting? I'll be expecting that individual to talk about Joe Boakai character in two different scenarios. One, what did Joe Boakai achieve personally before coming to politics? Two, what political credit does he have? All right? What political credit does he have that he bring him into politics? And then we look at the role under the political credit. What role did he play that make you feel that he is your next president? What did he do? You got to understand who the candidate is, right? You let Messi, you let Ronaldo, you can go out there and go talk about Messi. No, you have watched game, you have followed him. Rolando, those of you guys that do the same thing. So when you come here and say, oh, I support Joe Boakai, and you cannot articulate what Joe Boakai has done, then you want somebody to convince, you want to convince somebody. Those people are somebody that don't understand politics. I will not say they are fool. The lack of anything, you are just being ignorant to it. So I will not say I will not use the word stupid people. Those who want you to vote for Boakai, if they cannot tell you about Boakai accomplishment, if there's somebody telling you, say, oh, let Rolando or let Messi. But how can you convince me? They play for two different teams, right? So how can I like the other guy or the other guy when you are not convinced me? But I'm going to just hear the name from you and just go and follow the name. That is wrong. And this is where we come in with the voter education. All right? So, those of you who support Joseph Boakai, there are many things that you need to understand that made Joseph Boakai unqualified to be president. And those are the reasons why I tend to put those things on the whiteboard. Let's look at the character. The character will be divided into two parts. One, what did Joe Boakai achieve in private life? Second, the character. When he came into public service, what did he manage to deliver? As Minister of Agriculture, Managing Director at LPRC, Managing Director at LPMC, and then Vice President for 12 years. If you cannot tell me what Joe Boakai has achieved in all the roles, you are not wrong. Let me repeat myself again. If you cannot tell me what Joe Boakai achieved when he was resident manager at LPMC and later on promoted him to director, and then also gave him a ministerial position, and then he served with Ellen for 12 years, I want you to understand, anyone who supports Joe Boakai and cannot tell you in individual roles what Joe Boakai managed to achieve, they are not wrong. They are absolutely correct. You know why? Let's go back to the Rolando and the Messi again, and then we'll come back. When you know the game, and somebody come to you and tell you, say Messi is the best, or Rolando is the best, what other knowledge will you have in regards to that? You are seeing Messi winning more Ballon d'Or and other title, right? You also saw Rolando winning more award and other title. So if the guy come to you and say, look, I want you to support Rolando, I want you to support Messi, because Messi has done this, Messi has done that, and Rolando had done this, and he had also done that, you will be convinced, right? One, because you have read, you have watched, you have seen those two guys getting awards and awards. That is your physical evidence to show that, yes, that person that you're talking about, I will think about it. But I think you are right with your information. Now, let's come back to Joe Boakai supporter. Joe Boakai, people will come to you and tell you, say, oh, Joe Boakai got 45 years of experience. Joe Boakai worked in the place, Joe Boakai did this. But the question here is, which is different from Rolando and Messi. When last did you ever hear Joe Boakai standing on any platform and telling you that when I work at LPMC, here are the things that I managed to accomplish? You see Messi taking pictures with all his 5 Ballon d'Or, Rolando doing the same thing too, right? And you see video of them getting that award. So somebody come and tell you about them, you say, yeah, you're right, because I saw it. When Joe Boakai supporter tell you that Joe Boakai is the man that you should vote for, they are right. But what I want you to understand, Joe Boakai himself never came out to tell the people who supported him what he has done. The only thing Joe Boakai continued to tell his follower, you go out there and tell the people, I can be the next president. And this is where we come in now to say, do not believe Joe Boakai supporter. Because Joseph Boakai has been on the campaign trail, and nothing Joe Boakai has told the Liberian people why he should be elected as president of Liberia. Even though he bragged about having 45 years experience in public service, 12 years at the executive level with Ellen, that sum up to a total of 57 years. But when that man stand on any platform, I even getting the chance to stand over the roof of my car here, I hope you will not fall down because the battery will not, so they will not jack in and just mess with that whole battery in his system there. So I just hope it will not happen that way. But if I allow Joe Boakai to stand on the roof of this car and say, Joe Boakai, speak to the Liberian people and tell them what make you qualify to be the president of Liberia, you will never ever hear from Joe Boakai what was his work ethics at LPMC while he was serving as manager or director. He was in a leadership role. What did he achieve? Nothing. And that's why when he gets on any platform to speak, he does not talk about his accomplishment. Folks, am I lying here? Am I making up things? Just how you go and you find video of Messi or Ronaldo seeing the award they have achieved. When you go on Google, you look for Joe Boakai title and position, even under his profile, he lists those different institutions that we are discussing here right now. But when he comes to speak, why isn't Joe Boakai telling you guys what he has achieved in a different role? Because he achieved nothing. That is why when he take that mic and start to speak to the people, he only talk about current issue in the country. Oh, look at the people in the street. Look at the people, they're doing push, they're doing this. But I want you to understand that this man they call Joe Boakai brag. He bragged about what? He bragged about 45 years of public service. And there's nothing he has spoken about in the different role he has served in. That's what Joe Boakai is not able to tell. He did the same thing in 2017. When you go back to Joe Boakai campaign in 2017, Joe Boakai was not able to transfer his experience from the past position to convince the Liberian people that he is the best candidate that should be retained under the Unity Party leadership. And he got defeated. Don't take my word for it. Joe Boakai had gone to a few places and he has spoken about his political ambition. But what I want you to understand, there is something called political credit. The political credit in public service is what did you accomplish? What did you achieve in the public service position or role that you play that will convince us out here that, yeah, they gave you the number 2 win to play, and when you're on that number 2 win, I'll not tell you, my man, you are playing number 2, the opponent back win that will come across you, that person did not pass by you. You did everything to make sure you stop that person, whether that number 11 versus the number 2 or the number 7 versus the number 3, you had that win locked down. Joseph Boakai cannot tell you what individual accomplishment he achieved when he served as managing director at LPMC. Joseph Boakai was Minister of Agriculture. When Joseph Boakai come to talk about the issue of agriculture, Joseph Boakai cannot give you instances why he served as Minister of Agriculture under Samuel Canyon Doe, when Doe had what they describe as what the Green Revolution. Joseph Boakai cannot come out and tell you, say, look, when I was agriculture minister, under the Doe vision for agriculture, here are the things that I did. And if I were able to do it under Doe as Minister of Agriculture, now I want to become president. And agriculture now is on top of every country list. Don't you think I deserve to be president? The old man cannot articulate those issues. He cannot articulate the issue. What did he do when you were at LPMC, Liberia Produce Marketing Corporation? What did he do? What program did Joe Boakai put in place that helped farmers to get their product to the market, and how sustainable it was, and who can come out today and tell you that Joe Boakai managed to accomplish XYZ? Those are the fundamental questions that need to be asked from a character of a political candidate to identify the issue that you have solved in the past and the direction you want to take the country. Joe Boakai got none of those things, folks. I'm not here to criticize Joe Boakai's sickness. I'm not here to criticize Joe Boakai's age. All I want you guys to understand, when Boakai people come to you and say, let your vote for Boakai, what I want you to understand, because your children's future will be at risk. Don't mind if people say that in America you're talking about Joe Boakai days. No. They're not coming to Liberia to live. They will only come when opportunity presents itself. After that, they're coming right back here. Those of you on the ground who believe that making the best decision will protect your future and the future of your children, I just want to equip you with understanding. It is one thing to go through a process because you know that there is a process, but the key thing there is to understand the process. To understand the process. You can watch any game. You see people moving here. But if you don't understand the game, you will not enjoy that game. You will not enjoy that game. Why it is true that we have politics. People go and vote all the time. But do you really understand what you need to know about that politician? Do you really understand what it means that the problem you complain about, whether that person understands it? And that is where I see emphasis is not being placed by all the other guys, all because they are not in your interest for their own interest. They try to tell you, let's go to the game because they're not buying a ticket for you. But they're not asking you whether you like that game or you understand that game. But then telling you go vote for Joe Boakai. How much information do you know of Joe Boakai? Many of you guys are support Real Madrid today or Barcelona. You want to talk about players that came through that team and their success record. And that when now you can say, Paku, you strong. Paku, you strong. All the players that came through Barcelona that gave Barcelona title. Man, you can list all the guys that Paku, you strong. And then the guy from Barcelona, from Real Madrid gave all the players then too, and then all said, Paku, you strong. When it comes to Joe Boakai, who can be able to tell you Joe Boakai's successful story when Joe Boakai himself had not told his story? That means that there is no Paku you strong on Joe Boakai thing. And that's what I want you to understand. One, when Joe Boakai comes to anyone or anyone that supports Joe Boakai, I want you to tell them or ask them question. Don't tell them, but ask them. Joe Boakai served as manager at LPMC on October. Joe Boakai served as managing director on Odo. Joe Boakai served as Minister of Agriculture on Odo. 3 positions. Can you tell me what Joe Boakai did in our roles that changed people's lives today? Because Joe Boakai himself will not come across you. But Joe Boakai made mistake because he's very calculative. And he made mistake and come across one of you guys that listen to me right now. Those very questions as it relates to his prior position he served, ask Joe Boakai directly. Joe Boakai, with all due respect, Mr. former Vice President, can you tell us which program did you implement? How successful was the program? And what direction did it give to that program? Let's start with manager at LPMC. What was your role? Because your role will define what you're going to be doing. Like, for example, you on the field. Is it my man, your goalkeeper? Yeah, all right. All I need to do is the ball when I go, I kind of go here. When I go outside my 18-yard line, I ain't going to go take that ball with my hand. Penalty, I should make sure I stop at penalty. That's your part of the rule. When Joe Boakai served in opposition, after you asking that question, can you tell us when you serve as manager and director at LPMC, what was your role? What program did you put in place? How successful that program became? How much impact did that program have on those who participated in it, mostly the farmers? And where were you taking the country food production at that time? Joseph Boakai will not be able to answer that question. And that is why when Joe Boakai take to the mic and talk about politics, he just look at issue and talk about it. When you hear Joe Boakai tell you, say, oh, the people selling kushi, the people doing this, Joe Boakai is just a regular citizen. He's not a leader. A leader in politics will always identify the problem and they will tell you how they're going to solve the problem. And that problem solving skill would be mentioned because they had done something in the past that mirror or that resemble what they had identified and how they're going to solve it. Like you, like me, we will identify things and we'll tell you how we'll solve it. We don't have 45-year experience. We don't have 50 years, 57-year experience. How can Joe Boakai call himself a veteran into public service? A man who claimed to have 45 years individual role and then 12 years partnering with Ellen and cannot tell you what position he ever succeeded in because he got no message out there. With everything I had just said about Joe Boakai, don't you see the reason now why Joe Boakai will be defeated by George Weah again? Because the same place George Weah led Joe Boakai in the dust in 2017 is the same thing and same place that Joe Boakai is coming from to come and campaign. Nothing has changed except for the decline in his health. But as far as experience goes, no, Joe Boakai cannot go work for LPMC, in the 70s. It doesn't exist. Joe Boakai cannot be agriculture minister on a do. It doesn't exist. So since Joe, we are defeated him, there's no way that Joe Boakai could have gone back to the different role and say, look guys, after I got defeated, I went back and did all the things over again, so I'm back with new experience. Joe Boakai is in this election with no political message, but only pushing his old age and coming up with some poor excuses. For example, oh, you start using squash. They put ball squash in the town here. Children in America here, when they listen, Liberian children when they listen to Joe Boakai, some of the children who are very engaged, especially at the 8th grade level when they listen to Joe Boakai, do you know what the children be saying about Joe Boakai in the country? The first thing the children will say, but why isn't he retired now? Why can't he retire? Because I don't understand what he's talking about. He's not giving me clear picture of what he's talking about. Some of the 8th graders who are born to Liberian parents, or maybe other multiracial intermarriage, but their parents involved them with some understanding of Liberia. When they listen to Joe Boakai talk, it is nothing but embarrassment and embarrassment and embarrassment. That how much the man embarrassment has gone beyond our domestic lines, our domestic politics is now into the international politics. The man got no message. That's what I want you to understand here. Joseph Boakai got no message to give to the Liberian people. Every role Joe Boakai served, he cannot tell you how successful he became. He cannot tell you how successful he became. Nothing. Now, let's turn to his collaborating role. That man served with Ellen, right? His individual role, he was over LPMC, the Ministry of Agriculture, and the Liberia Refinery Petroleum Corporation, LPRC, for short. Joseph Boakai in the individual role is yet to tell you what did he do successfully in a role that changed the direction of that corporation or that ministry he served. Nothing. But when you look at Mary Bro, who got nothing to do with the election, there are people who left from America, Europe, and went during Mary Bro time at that foreign ministry division of passport. They came back here, and some of them were able to tell her, man, that woman, when that woman was down there, nobody was trying nonsense. That is what we call change. When people can see the old, and then somebody come in and start to make things change, and start to see the new. That is what we call record. That is what we call improvement. Do you know that Joe Boakai cannot differentiate all the years he spent in a role to tell you what he did differently? Nothing. Now, let's leave the old road then. The 1973 to 1980, the 1980 to 1983, and then the 1982, and then the 1982 to 1985. Those were positions that Joe Boakai served as an individual on Turbo and Do. Maybe some of you guys were not around at that time. It's okay. But guess what? Joe Boakai from 2006 to 2018 served as what? Vice President on Ellen. For many of you guys, you know that Joe Boakai was Vice President. For many of you guys, you saw him as Vice President. And you know what he's supposed to have done. Let's say a few of you guys. But what Joe Boakai tell you? That he was parked, or he was a race car that was parked. But you know, in today's age, technology and information, all it takes is your experience and where to go and find it. In 2017, Joe Boakai lied to the Liberian people and said he was parked as an old car. Today, many of you gotta follow my show now. You all know that Joe Boakai was never part of Oka. Just as recent as yesterday, people are inboxing me now, Tewo Gongolo, describing Joe Boakai. Where you think Tewo Gongolo feed on that information from to put it out there? We will do the comparison on Friday. It came from the platform. How you think people are now exposing Joe Boakai? Because we take what we describe as an experienced approach to our conversation. We brought to you the position that Joe Boakai served in, and his failure to provide any information of success or to even talk about it. Joe Boakai has been unable to do those things. Honor Ellen, we also show you that Joe Boakai, as the 29th vice president, he sat with the Senate 2 days in each week. And we know, and you know, that as head, as someone who presides over plenary, Honor Ellen administration, there were almost 67 concessions that were signed by the Ellen administration, along with Joe Boakai providing oversight during the plenary section. When last we had Joe Boakai come out to tell you, say, you know what? When we were signing the 36th agreement concession, I was not happy with that. And I made sure I informed the president because it did not benefit the people. Joe Boakai agreed to the 66th bogus deal that is impacting the country in a negative way today, and it has the potential to impact the country in the future. You follow me? So all the negative things that impacted Liberia, including the Farmington Hotel that don't pay taxes to the Liberian government, Joe Boakai agreed to all those bad concession deal. And that is why when Joe Boakai is campaigning, do you hear Joe Boakai? When Joe Boakai tells you, look at the road. We are too bad to the road. Look at the people in the street. It is one thing to criticize what you see today, right? But as vice president for 12 years, when you criticize what we see today, why can't you remind us of how good it was during your time on Ellen for 12 years? Joe Boakai cannot do that because there is no comparison. Joe Boakai and Ellen record worst. And that's why he did not win in 2017, because the record was bad off. So when Joe Boakai come today and tell you, people in the streets saying, children not going to school, the community is not safe. Tell Joe Boakai, tell how these things that you're describing negatively, how good they were on you and Ellen. Why you can't bring the comparison up? And when you're comparing Real Madrid and Barcelona, you got player. Yeah, look at Mena Xavi. Look at Mena Luka Modric. Look at Gala Messi. Look at Gala Rolando. Look at Gala Iniesta. Look at Gala Masi Ozil. You are giving comparison, right? So when Joe Boakai come and start to show you guys things that Joe we are not doing, if somebody tell you that Barcelona get good player and the Real Madrid man, you can provide one player, say, my man, but then you don't know Real Madrid good. Y'all go bring somebody else. Joe Boakai will come and tell the Liberian people that, oh, Joe, we ain't do this, Joe, we ain't do that. But Joe Boakai is a man who come with 45-year or individual role, 12-year at the executive level, Ellen, and he cannot tell you what he accomplished individually, and then what he and Ellen managed to combine to achieve. Joe Boakai then got record. But Joe Boakai cannot bring that record because the record, they are all bad record. Make no mistake, Joe Boakai got record. But his record is nothing but poor, bad, and worse. And he cannot bring it because he destroyed the country rather than improving the country. And that is why Joe Boakai cannot bring a record on board to discuss it with you guys. Today, Joe Boakai should be able to look at George Weah and say, look, George Weah, let me tell you what Ellie and myself did. When we were here, the agriculture sector, we solve all the other problems and put things into place. Education, we did this. Health, we did this. The environment, we did this. Legislature-wise, because when the executive help work with the national legislature and the pass law, they call that one legislative accomplishment. The 66 Booker deed that Joe Boakai signed, provided oversight over, that destroyed the country today. Do you think Joe Boakai is proud to come and talk about that before the Liberian people? No. He will be reminding the Liberian people that, oh, this is the guy who joined early and messed things up here. So, Joe Boakai poor record, underperformed record with Ellen Johnson's leave, he cannot run on the record because it's the same record that defeated him. So Joe Boakai is only coming back today with his age. But let me tell you guys one thing. Age got nothing to do with your experience. Age got nothing to do with how wise you are. The only thing age can do for you or me is to tell others how long we've been living on the face of the planet. That's the only thing age can tell us and tell anybody. How old are you? Oh, I'm 10 years old. So saying you were born, you've been on the earth for 10 years. But it got nothing to do with how young or old you are. You see, Joseph Boakai, I think he's about 78 years old. But he claimed to have 57 years of experience. So how old he is and how long he been in the road, he cannot even explain to you what did he accomplish. Now, when you listen to George Weah, I don't need to go far to explain anything about George Weah. The man's record speaks for itself. The man was in Liberia. He left and went to Yaoundé. We look at his personal role now. And played for Tunnel. And from there he went straight to Europe, into France. Started with Monaco, went to PSG. And he did other things. He changed the direction of the teams. When he reached the prime of his life, he got the Hall of Fame. And then he came back to Liberia. Provided assistance. I'm not the one that say, oh, the record there. And more besides, there's a guy, a movie star called Denzel Washington. He said, you know why? People who say things that George Weah had done, maybe other people be thinking that, oh, they are all Liberian or they are sycophant beyond George Weah. Denzel Washington got no close ties to Liberia. I don't know George Weah from childhood. I know George Weah from what I saw the United Nations and him did to bring peace to Liberia. I saw and got to understand how he started from Gibraltar and went to Europe. I am bringing that man right into Hollywood and tell his story. The Ellen, the Boakai, the Cummings, nobody had told their story like the way Weah's story had been told. So Weah private life, the accomplishment, and Weah political and or advocacy life. So he had three characters. His private life character, his advocacy when he joined the United Nations to bring peace to Liberia, that advocacy right there. Then he came as a senator, but he came as a politician, a young politician in 2005, and what he accomplished even onto the president level. So George Weah has added another character to his character. So he got personal character, that's a personal reference. He has the advocacy character, that is the UN reference. And then he got a political character, that is the political reference. And everything was summarized in Denzel Washington, or I call it a presentation, except for his political life. So that's something that had to do with another addendum. That means Denzel Washington got to do the second part to George Weah stuff, to bring George Weah back now after his 12 years and reintroduce George Weah and say, you see the thing I was telling you? That man came, went back to the country, brought peace. People enjoy the peace. Guess what? He served as president, and these are the things he managed to do. And that is why today, when you listen to George Weah will always tell you what he has done, what he has accomplished. That means he comes with political credit. Weah can tell you that I did this, I did that, I did this. He is pointing to you guys what he has accomplished. Just on the few years. George Weah ain't got 45 years. George Weah ain't been whatever 57 years. I don't think who is now read 57 years. Joe Boakai got over 57 years of public experience, but you can't talk about one. I'm not too sure Joe Weah now read 57 years old. I stand to be corrected. But just on the 5 years, the thing that Joe Weah has done, when he goes somewhere, he talk about it. That's all he does. He talk about those things. He point his finger to those things that he has done. He will tell you, say, look at the rule. We improve the rule. Look at the educational system. We are now adding value to the educational system. So when you look at Joe Boakai and you look at Weah, a man who will come and tell you that when I came to power, there was no hospital in Agbapuru, Lofa County. I put hospital there. So that way people in that region, when they get sick, they can get to that hospital. And if I leave power, that hospital will remain there. Somebody that will come after me will make the hospital to be more better than what it is. When you look at young people in Nimba, when you look at River G, where I'm from, I seen Kota Road. When I was growing up over there was no Kota Road, no street light. When Weah is putting nothing in there, and he can articulate it, people can see it, people can send me video. From my own town, people sending me video. You know, when people see new thing, they send it to you so you can erase that old thing from your mind. When you see the thing that Mr. Weah is doing, after all these years, not to mention Joe Boakai heading to a year, don't you think that it is time for a change? The reason Joe Boakai failed in all the roles, including the position he served with Ellen, because Joe Boakai never wanted change. Look how old Joe Boakai is. Instead of Joe Boakai going through primary to see who will beat him to the curve to become the party candidate, Joe Boakai remain unchanged. Just how Joe Boakai failed all the position, that's how Joe Boakai want to be in power. A man like that is in the past. Liberia must move forward. George Weah has brought on board many young people. Those young people, while they didn't come 100% experience, he has given the country a new face, a new direction, that the young people can do well. Do you know in the state of Pennsylvania, the lieutenant governor is just 31 years old? The lieutenant governor of Pennsylvania, the lieutenant governor, is just 31 years old. That's something that George Weah is trying to bring to Liberia. That is something that is positive. We must apply our energy. Joseph Boakai sat with Ellen. He was over the group of 77. He was over the Liberia Marketing Association. He was over community empowerment. And he was over the resettlement and reintegration of Liberians. When Joe Boakai talk about people suffering in the country, Joe Boakai is unable. He is unable to tell you what he did by supporting those particular functions. That's the men are coming back to tell you what. The man got no message. Joseph Boakai has no message for you guys. The reason Joe Boakai is into the politics is because the society drop off of individuals. They have failed themselves in life. And they think because Joe Boakai got age on his side, we all know number of experience, he don't have no reason. That is why Joe Boakai is into the politics. What happened to him? I learned that he ran away from the country. He campaigned for 2 days, then he go for a refill. He can't campaign for 2 days, he go a refill. That puppy is fucked up. Let me tell you. Joe Boakai is fucked up. Y'all got better future. Put it in the hands of this man that in power right now. And give him that 12 years. In the end, you will be the Barcelona supporter against Real Madrid supporter. You will look at adding 12 years and you look at we are 12 years, and that will be a better conversation that will determine who will be the next president in 2029. Until then, J. Randy is out of here. Take care of yourself. I'll see you guys on Friday. Bye-bye.